Chapter 1581. Unlucky. Zhuowen had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't expect to meet the Ice Fire family at this time. The Ice Fire family's members were very fast, and they appeared in front of Zhuowen as if they had teleported. Zhuowen originally wanted to pretend that he didn't see anything and wanted to pass by the crowd, but he was stopped. "You are." Zhuowen pretended to be puzzled as he looked at the Ice Fire family's members. "You're a cultivator from the 9 Netherworld realm? Which Netherworld realm do you belong to?" The Ice Fire family's young master said coldly as he looked down at Zhuowen. Zhuowen was stunned, and his eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "I'm a disciple of the Demon Netherworld Realm's Demon God Palace. What business do you have?" "Our goal is the Divine Netherworld Realm and the Dragon Netherworld Realm. Do you know the specific paths in these 2 Netherworld realms?" The Ice Fire family's young master asked indifferently. Zhuowen was silent for a moment, then pointed at the heavenly pillars at the end of the Sea of Bitterness that represented the Dragon Netherworld Realm and the Divine Netherworld Realm, and said, "These 2 pillars are the entrances to the Dragon Netherworld Realm and the Divine Netherworld Realm. If you want to enter, you only need to enter the 2 pillars teleportation arrays. Let's split into 2. Old Fong, you take half of the people into the Dragon Netherworld Realm and see if Ryuka is inside. I'll take the other half. It's said that there's a force called the Divine Academy in the Divine Netherworld Realm, and the most famous building is called the Ice Fire Dual Polarity Palace. I'm very interested in this building." Speaking until here, the Ice Fire family's young master licked his lips and sneered. "Yes, then this old man will enter the Dragon Netherworld Realm first." Old Fong cupped his hands and led half of the people into the Dragon Netherworld Realm. Soon, only the Ice Fire family's young master and his group were left. This time, the young master of the Ice and Fire clan had brought a total of 20 people with him. Old Fong had taken 10 people with him, and the remaining 10 people followed the young master. You should have heard of the Divine Spectre Realm's Jiaxin College, right? How much do you know about the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace? The Ice and Fire clan's young master looked at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen was startled. He did not expect that the young master of the Ice Fire family would be able to send away Elder Fong, who had the strongest cultivation base. With the young master's current lineup, Zhuowen knew that he had a high chance of escaping. However, he needed an opportunity. "Oh, this, sir, is asking about the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall. That building is the most famous building in the Divine Academy. It is said that the 2 extreme energies of ice and fire can coexist inside. It is the best training ground that the Divine Academy has left for the younger generation." When he spoke up here, Zhuowen suddenly stuck his head out, as if he wanted to reveal some kind of secret, and said softly, "Rumor has it that one of the 9 legendary Saint Talismans, the Ice Flame Saint Talisman, exists in the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. What? Is it really the Ice Fire Saint Talisman?" The eyes of the young master of the Ice Fire family shrank to the size of needles, and he could not help but cry out in surprise. Their Ice Fire family was one of the major powers in the Central Plains. They were high and mighty, and the Eastern lands, Southern Barbarian, Western regions, and Northern regions were only small and remote places in the Central Plains. They did not even put them in their eyes. For countless years, the Ice Fire family had been searching for the missing part of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman's origin. However, they could not break away from the shackles of their thoughts. They believed that a part of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman's origin must be in the Central Plains. Therefore, for thousands of years, the Ice Fire family had been searching for it day after day in the Central Plains, but in the end, they had failed. However, the young master of the Ice Fire family in front of him had taken a different approach. He believed that the missing part of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman's origin was very likely to be in the 4 regions outside of the Central Plains. Therefore, the young master of the Ice Fire family had secretly followed the family when they came to pick up the disciples with the Phoenix bloodline and the Black Tortoise bloodline. His goal was to find the missing part of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman's origin in the 4 regions. The young master of the Ice Fire family knew that if he could really find the missing part of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman's origin, he would make an unprecedented contribution. At that time, he might be noticed by the family's old ancestor. Being noticed by the family's old ancestor would be of great benefit to him when he ran for the position of patriarch in the future. After all, the Icefire family had countless descendants. They also had descendants who were more outstanding than him. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to stand out among the countless descendants of such a powerful family and successfully run for the position of patriarch. Although he was indeed talented, there were some people in the family who were more talented than him. He knew that if he did not make outstanding contributions, it would be very difficult for him to run for the position of patriarch in the future. Being able to find the missing part of the Icefire Saint Talisman's origin was undoubtedly a huge contribution to the family. He could also rely on this huge contribution to gain the attention and even the favor of the family's old ancestor. Are you sure that it's really the Icefire Saint Talisman? The young master of the Icefire family was extremely excited as he hurriedly asked, "I'm not very sure about this. If you want to find out the truth, you can enter the divine Nether Realm's Ice and Fire Duel Hall to take a look." Zhuan shook his head, but his heart sank. He knew that the young master of the Icefire family in front of him had come for the Icefire Saint Talisman. Of course, now that he had arranged for all the people from Ryuka and Divine Nether Realms to enter the Azure Dragon Palace, even if the Icefire family came looking for him, Zhuan was not worried. Right now, Zhuan was looking forward to the young master of the Icefire family entering the Divine Nether Realm so that he could leave as soon as possible. "Yes, you're right. Now, lead the way for me. I want to reach Divine Nether Realms as soon as possible," the young master of the Icefire family said anxiously. Zhuan was startled, and then said with some hesitation, "Sir, I'm not too sure about the geographical location of the Divine Nether Realm. Why don't you enter the Divine Nether Realm and find someone from the Divine Nether Realm to lead the way? It might be more efficient than me." The young master asked you to lead the way, and you still dare to disobey. Do you want to die? Before the young master of the Icefire family could say anything, one of the martial warriors beside him grabbed out with his right hand. The Saint Force condensed into a large hand and fiercely pressed down on Zhuan. Of course, this person also knew that the person in front of him was someone from the Nine Nether Realm and could lead the way for his young master, so he did not kill him. Feeling the howling wind, Zhuan's face darkened. With a flip of his right hand, he took out the ordinary-looking tile and injected his Saint Force into it. A terrifying golden shadow that could support the heavens shot out from the tile and grabbed the incoming hand, crushing it into pieces. "What is this?" The martial warrior who attacked was shocked. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying backwards and only managed to stop himself when he was nearly 1,000 meters away. "Heaven-defying Saint Treasure? Who are you?" The young master of the Icefire family kept retreating. Then, he narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Zhuan. "I don't want to be your enemy. You go your way, and I'll go mine. Let's mind our own business," Zhuan said coldly with the tile in his hand. "It's impossible for a mere Eastern land to have a heaven-defying Saint Treasure, unless you're from the Central Land. But you say you're from the Nine Nether Realm. Could it be that you're that Zhuan who caused a huge commotion in the southern barbarian Burning Sky City?" The young master of the Icefire family narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Zhuan as he analyzed. He had specially inquired about Zhuan and knew that this unknown guy had many treasures on him. "I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. I'm not some Zhuan. If there's nothing else, I won't accompany you." As Zhuan spoke, he immediately used the Void Law. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. "You're not the only one with a heaven-defying Saint Treasure," the young master of the Icefire family sneered. With a flick of his finger, he took out a short blade. The short blade shot out like a meteor, tearing through the void. With a fierce slash, the void thousands of meters away collapsed, and a figure flew out from the void in a rather sorry state. Heaven-defying Saint Treasure? Looking at the long blade that was slashing towards him, Zhuan's expression changed slightly. With a thought, the power of the tile surged out, revealing a huge shadow. The illusory figure took a step forward and punched the long saber. Then, the aftershock of the two attacks spread out, and the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch, forming countless invisible fragments. From afar, it looked like a huge chasm that stretched across the sky. It was extremely spectacular. The long blade and the tile were evenly matched. After all, both of them were heaven-defying saint treasures. However, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the light on the surface of the tile had dimmed a little. Heaven-defying saint treasures were not heaven-defying saint weapons. As the number of times they were used increased, the saint aura on the surface would gradually weaken and eventually become useless. "Surround him!" The young master of the Ice-Fire family shouted coldly. Suddenly, the 10 saints beside him split into 10 directions and rushed towards Zhuowen, wanting to make him stay. Seeing the 10 saints joining forces, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. He knew that if he was surrounded by these 10 people, it would be difficult for him to escape. Buddha kowtows 9 times to heaven. The first kowtow to heaven, the second kowtow to heaven, and the third kowtow to heaven. The first kowtow to the 10 forbidden lands of the devil, the first kowtow to the ghost land, the second kowtow to the death land, and the third kowtow to the swamp land. Zhuowen's right hand touched his glabella. Suddenly, 3 Buddha and 3 devil shadows appear behind him. The Buddha shadow crushed down from the sky and kowtowed to the ground. An invisible pressure spread out from the surroundings. The devil shadow drilled into the ground, creating countless ghosts and monsters. The swamp land was filled with deathly stillness. There were layers of devil shadows inside, and devil hands soared into the sky. The combination of the Buddha shadow and the devil shadow instantly stopped the 10 saints sent by the young master of the Ice-Fire family. They couldn't rush over immediately. However, these 10 saints were sky saints after all. It was only a matter of time before they broke through the Buddha shadow and the devil shadow. At that time, not only would Zhuowen have to face the attack of a heaven-defying saint weapon, but he would also be besieged by 10 sky saints. If the other party didn't have a heaven-defying saint weapon, Zhuowen wouldn't be afraid. Unfortunately, the young master of the Ice-Fire family had a heaven-defying saint weapon, so Zhuowen's tile was useless. Chapter 1582. Waiting for rabbits. Let's go. Zhuowen didn't want to be entangled with the young master of the Ice-Fire family. After blocking the long blade with the tile, Zhuowen rushed in a certain direction. Want to leave? It's not that easy. The young master of the Ice-Fire family sneered and urged the short blade to force Zhuowen. Zhuowen was about to succeed in escaping, but he was forced back, making Zhuowen gnash his teeth in anger. I can't go on like this. The 10 Sky Saint stage saints will break free soon. Moreover, I don't know when Elder Fong, whose cultivation has reached the heaven-defying saint stage, will return. I can't be delayed here. Zhuowen gritted his teeth and summoned a figure from the Azure Dragon Hall. This figure was none other than Xinghua, who he had just subdued. Master, Xinghua cupped his hands respectfully. Use this heaven-defying saint artifact for the time being. Help me block this troublesome long blade. Zhuowen threw the spirit-devouring lava river to Xinghua and said urgently. Xinghua caught the spirit-devouring lava river and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhuowen would give him such a precious treasure. However, when he saw the long blade colliding with the shadow created by the tile, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this the young master's heaven-defying saint artifact, Long River Blade? Did you meet the young master? Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, help me block this long river blade," Zhuowen said coldly. Xinghua's face froze when he saw Zhuowen's appearance. Naturally, he didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen's order. He took the spirit-devouring lava river and refined it simply. Then, he urged the spirit-devouring lava river to attack the long river blade. Boom! The endless lava spread high up in the sky, forming an earth-shattering dragon. When the dragon opened its mouth, it looked as if it could swallow everything. There was no doubt that the power of the spirit-swallowing magma river that was activated by Xinghui was much stronger than Zhuowen's. After all, his cultivation was much higher than Zhuowen's. Naturally, he could unleash most of the power of the spirit-swallowing magma river. The spirit-swallowing lava river and the heaven-defying Saint Treasure's tile combined to suppress Long River Blade, forcing it to retreat. This is a good opportunity. Let's go. The moment Long River Blade retreated, Zhuowen took advantage of a gap and immediately escaped into the void with Xinghua. At the same time, he unfurled his purple lightning wings. With the void law and the purple lightning wings, Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Clang! The young master of the Icefire clan waved his right hand and held Long River Blade in his hand. His expression was ugly as he said in a deep voice, "That was Xinghui, right?" At this moment, the 10 Sky Saint stage saints had also broken free from the Buddha and demonic shadows and came to the young master of the Icefire clan. One of them said carefully, "Young master is right. That was indeed Xinghui. But Xinghua, this fellow, I'm afraid that he has already handed over his life essence blood to this Zhuowen, right? How dare he help Zhuowen? If I catch him in the future, I'll make them suffer a fate worse than death," the young master of the Icefire clan said coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Young master, you're out so soon? Did you find anything in the divine specter realm?" Seeing the young master of the Icefire clan and the others, Elder Fong asked in surprise. The young master of the Icefire clan said with a gloomy face, "We haven't entered yet." "Elder Fong, you didn't find Ryuka in the Dragon Spectre realm, right?" "How do you know, young master?" Elder Fong asked in surprise. "Because the young man we met just now is the Zhuowen we're looking for. I'm afraid the Ryuka has already been moved away by him." The young master of the Icefire clan began to narrate what had happened just now. Elder Fong was also shocked. At the same time, he said regretfully, "If this old man was here just now, how could Zhuowen have escaped?" However, even though it was a pity, Zhuowen had already escaped. There was no way they could pursue the matter any further. However, they would not give up just like that. After all, Zhuowen had killed many members of their Icefire clan. If they did not capture him, they would not let this matter rest. With that Zhuowen's talent, he will definitely go to the Central Plains in the future. When we return to the clan, we'll send people to pay attention to his whereabouts. With the power of our Icefire clan, I don't believe we won't be able to find out anything about him," the young master of the Icefire clan said coldly. "Young master, shouldn't we enter the Divine Spectre realm to take a look? If the Divine Spectre realm really has the holy Icefire talisman, then you'll have done a great deed for the clan. In the future, you'll be able to become the clan head," Elder Fong said warmly. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look." The young master of the Icefire clan was full of joy. He was also somewhat anxious. After all, on the way to the Eastern Lands, it wasn't like he hadn't heard about the Excellent Gods Institute. Most of the rumors said that the Icefire Dual Polarity Hall in the Excellent Gods Institute contained the holy Icefire talisman. Above the ruins of the Excellent Gods Institute, a group of people from the Icefire clan floated in the air, quietly looking at the desolate area. The young master of the Icefire clan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He looked down at the desolate area and said in a deep voice, "Excellent Gods Institute? What about the Icefire Dual Polarity Hall?" "Young master, I've asked a few warriors living in the Divine Spectre realm. They said that Zhuowen had come to the Excellent Gods Institute before and moved the people there away." The Icefire Dual Polarity Hall seemed to have been taken away as well. Elder Fong said helplessly, "It's that Zhuowen again." In other words, the holy Icefire talisman is most likely in the hands of that little bastard. The young master of the Icefire clan suddenly swung his hand, and a terrifying saint energy burst out. The surrounding space collapsed, and countless storms of dust swept out. At this moment, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Why was everything related to that Zhuowen? He didn't expect that in this trip to the Eastern Lands and Southern Barbarians, he would end up in the hands of that damned Zhuowen. It was too infuriating. "Young master, looking for that Zhuowen in the 4 great domains is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I'm afraid that Zhuowen won't be easy to find." Elder Fong smiled bitterly. Oomph. Let's return to the Middle Lands first. The Blood-Refining Mansion, Darkness Mansion, and Golden Sun Mansion are in charge of the teleportation arrays there. That Zhuowen will definitely come to the Middle Lands. Since he's coming to the Middle Lands, he'll definitely use the teleportation arrays to enter the teleportation arrays of the three mansions. The young master of the Icefire clan said. Elder Fong was startled and immediately said, Young master, are you planning to wait for him to come? This is the only way now. I can't stay in the four great domains for too long. After returning, we'll send more people to the three mansions. If that Zhuowen really comes to the Middle Lands, don't make a fuss. Report to me first. The young master of the Icefire clan said. Young master is right. Elder Fong bowed from afar. Zhuowen traveled through the void for 3 days and 3 nights before finally emerging from the void. This place was a barren desert. There were few signs of human habitation, and the wind blew sand and stones. Master, this is your heaven-defying saint weapon. Xinghua, who was beside him, respectfully handed the spirit-swallowing lava river to Zhuowen and immediately stood to the side. Let's enter the Azure Dragon Hall first. Zhuowen took out the Azure Dragon token and teleported Xinghua and himself into the Azure Dragon Hall. Under Zhuowen's control, the Azure Dragon Hall turned into the size of a speck of dust and blended into the boundless desert, becoming inconspicuous. On the Azure Dragon Square, there were many people gathered. Among them, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, Lu Hantian, and the others who were close to Zhuowen were all standing in the square. Zhuowen. When Zhuowen came in, Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao immediately went up to welcome him, while Lu Hantian and the others followed behind. Father, Mother, where's Qin Shui? Zhuowen asked with a trembling voice. Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao looked at each other. Feng Xiao sighed and said, Come with me. That girl Qin Shui is still in the second heaven and earth. Moreover, her memory is beginning to degenerate. There are some people that she can't remember. Hearing this, Zhuowen's heart trembled and his footsteps were a little shaky. However, he quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, Take me to see her. With that, Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian led the way and entered the second heaven and earth. This was an extremely secluded pavilion. In the courtyard in front of the pavilion, there were all kinds of flowers. Peonies, lilies, roses, phoenix suns, and other kinds of flowers. Standing in the courtyard, it was as if one was in the middle of 100 flowers. The fragrance of the flowers assailed one's nose and refreshed one's heart. In the midst of the hundreds of flowers, a graceful woman was dancing lightly. The flowers that filled the sky swayed along with her waist and gathered around her body. The woman's bell-like laughter was like the most beautiful music in the world. Seeing the beautiful figure dancing in the middle of the 100 flowers, in that instant, Zhuowen's heart was filled with a complex emotion that even he could not describe. In the depths of this emotion, Zhuowen felt a faint pain in his heart. The woman in front of him was very beautiful. Her graceful dancing figure was like an unrestrained butterfly dancing in the middle of the flowers. Accompanied by this graceful dance, accompanied by the petals that fluttered like flowing water, a soft and pleasant sound of a guzheng quietly brushed past his ears. Quietly listening to the sound of the guzheng, quietly listening to the woman's giggles, silently admiring the woman's graceful dance, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. He slowly walked into the middle of the 100 flowers. The hostility in his body had long been restrained. At this moment, he seemed to have blended into this beautiful scenery. Feng Xiao, Long Xiaotian, and the people behind them did not make a sound. They all held their breaths as they watched this scene. They did not dare to make too much noise to disturb this beautiful scene. The sound of feet stepping on flower petals rang out, finally attracting the attention of the dancing woman. The woman twisted her graceful waist and turned around. That beautiful smile was facing Zhuowen. That pair of clear and beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen's brows. Zhuowen also looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. He slowly walked to the front of the woman. Who are you? You are so familiar. The woman's bright eyes stared at the man in front of her, as she softly muttered. Zhuowen's body stiffened. The emotion in the deepest part of his heart was completely touched at this moment. In this emotion, there was a heart-wrenching pain. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. From now on, we know each other. My name is Zhuowen. Please remember this name well. Chapter 1583. Holding your hand. I'll accompany you for 80,000 lives. Are you crying? Because I'm too excited. Why are you so excited? Because I finally brought you back and saw you. Why are you so excited to see me? Because I love you. Amidst the flowers, Zhuowen gently hugged Mu Qinxue. The two of them asked and answered, as if the two closest lovers were whispering to each other. However, the words that were spoken caused Feng Xiao and the others, who were watching from outside the courtyard, to feel a lump in their throat as tears flowed down their cheeks. I remember your name. I know the name Zhuowen, but I can't remember what Zhuowen looks like. What's wrong with me? Mu Qinxue slowly separated from Zhuowen. She stared at the young man in front of her and discovered that the young man in front of her was crying, as if he was crying like a helpless child. Even in the midst of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, in the midst of endless slaughter, there would still not be much emotion in his eyes. But now they were filled with tears. At this moment, Zhuowen was no longer the cold martial artist who constantly climbed to the peak and treated human life like dirt. Instead, he was a heartbroken person who was constantly crying because his lover had forgotten him. Don't cry. Tell me a story. I remember that there's a guy called Zhuowen. He used to tell me a story. Do you know how to tell a story? Mu Qinxue gently wiped away the tears on Zhuowen's cheeks and giggled. Zhuowen immediately turned his tears into laughter. With his arms around Mu Qinxue, he slowly sat in the middle of the flowers and said softly, Shanghai Pass's commander Wu Sangui was furious because Chun Yuanyuan was taken away by Lu Zongmin. He refused to surrender to Li Zicheng and led the Qing troops into the pass. Zhuowen began to tell the story of Wu Sangui and Li Zicheng. From the beginning to the end, Zhuowen spoke very carefully and seriously. His expression was very focused, and his voice was very soft. Mu Qinxue gently leaned on Zhuowen's chest and quietly listened to Zhuowen's narration. This scene made the people outside the courtyard sigh softly. Without a doubt, this was definitely a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Moyan Wushang, who was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the flowers, slowly put away his zither. His beautiful eyes looked at the two quiet people in the flowers, sighed softly, and left the courtyard. Zhuowen, Wushang taught me a song. I like it. I Wushang. I'll sing it for you. Do you want to hear it? Mu Qinxue looked at Zhuowen. Wushang. Zhuowen kissed Mu Qinxue's forehead and smiled. All right, let me hear it. He. Mu Qinxue giggled. Unknowingly, she had taken out a zither from her spirit ring. When did you learn how to play the zither? Zhuowen couldn't help but laugh. Mu Qinxue gently stroked the zither and faintly said, Zhuowen, maybe I really don't remember you, but I know you. Ever since I woke up from my coma, Wushang has been telling me your story and the story between us. I listened to Wushang's story and listened to Wushang's music. I could feel your feelings. I thought that I should do something for you. So I learned the zither from Wushang and practiced my favorite song. Because I only want to play this song for you. I only hope that every time I play this song, there will still be a place in my heart that belongs to you. There will still be a memory that belongs to you. At this point, Mu Qinxue smiled. Her smile was very bright. After that smile, she gently plucked the zither strings. Her slender fingers were like flowing water as they streaked across the zither strings. Who holds my hand and restrains my madness for half my life? Who kisses my eyes and covers my wandering for half my life? Who caresses my face and comforts my sorrow for half my life? Who holds my heart and melts the frost for half my life? Who holds my shoulder and drives me to silence for the rest of my life? Who calls my heart and covers my desolation for the rest of my life? Who abandons me and leaves me alone for the rest of my life? Who can understand my intentions and make me have no regrets in this life? Who can help me move unhindered for 10,000 years? Who can pour my heart into my heart? Who can bury my sorrow and laugh at the vanity of the world. Cover my lips and dispel my wandering for the rest of my life. Hold my arms and dispel my frivolity for the rest of my life. Hold your hand and accompany you in your madness for 1,000 years. Kiss your eyes and accompany you for 10,000 reincarnations. The melody was leisurely, like the flowing water of high mountains, the empty springs of deep valleys, the mountain streams, and the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Accompanied by the beautiful melody, Mu Chenshue's clear and melodious voice, like an aureole, was slowly released. Her voice rose and fell, and it was soul-stirring. The echoes of the empty valley were endless. Hold your hand and accompany you in your madness for 1,000 years. Kiss your eyes and accompany you for 10,000 reincarnations. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. Looking at the woman who was focused on playing the zither, Zhuowen's smile became deeper and deeper. However, the sorrow in his eyes became deeper and deeper. When the song slowly fell, Zhuowen walked behind Mu Chenxue and slowly hugged her. With a soft snoring sound, Zhuowen realized that the beauty in front of him had already fallen into a deep sleep. Zhuowen gently hugged the beauty and entered the room. He gently placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket, silently watching the beauty's appearance. "Chenxue, I will definitely cure you. You can be assured, I swear," Zhuowen softly muttered. Soon after, he kissed her smooth and spotlessly white forehead before resolutely leaving the house. Only, what Zhuowen did not see was that after he turned and left, the beauty lying on the bed slightly moved her eyelids. Walking out of the yard, Zhuowen looked at Feng Xiao and said, "Mother, where is Chun Shue's memory bead?" Feng Xiao carefully took out a bead from her chest and handed it to Zhuowen as she said, "Zhuowen, Chun Shue's memory bead has been shattered too much. Although I have tried my best to slow it down, it is of no use." Zhuowen carefully took the memory bead. At this moment, the surface of the memory bead was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. When a memory bead completely shatters, it will affect Chun Shue's soul. At that time, Chun Shue's soul will begin to collapse, and there won't be much time left for Chun Shue. Feng Xiao said with a sigh. "Then what should I do?" Zhuowen slowly clenched his fists as he looked at Feng Xiao in a sad voice. "There are only two ways. One is to find a way to stop Chun Shue's soul from collapsing, and the other is to find a Saint Master to solve Chun Shue's current situation." Feng Xiao said this and gave a soft sigh. Without a doubt, these two methods were very difficult. Once it was something that touched the soul, it would be very hard to obtain or even rare. It would be hard to find something like this in the 4 large regions. As for a Saint Master level Arcana Master, there was no need to think about it in the 4 large regions. It was impossible for them to exist. Moreover, this memory bead won't last for long. At most in 2 months, this memory bead will completely shatter. Feng Xiao said with a sigh. "Only 2 months?" Zhuowen slightly knit his brows. 2 months was just too short for him. Even if he went to the Central Earth, it would take more than 2 months. Moreover, he might not even be able to find a Saint Master in the Central Earth. 2 months is too short. Is there no other way to slow it down? Zhuowen said in an urgent voice. "There is another way. I remember that the Snow Palace has a profound crystallized soul that has the ability to freeze souls. If you can obtain this profound crystallized soul, you can use this profound crystallized soul to freeze Chun Shue's soul. Perhaps this method can help Chun Shue completely suppress her collapsing soul." Feng Xiao said in a deep voice. "Snow Palace? Profound crystallized soul?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. If the profound crystallized soul was useful, it could really slow down Chun Shue's collapsing soul. "Let's go to the Snow Palace." Zhuowen took a deep breath. After discussing with Feng Xiao and the others, he waved his sleeve and left the Azure Dragon Palace. With the divine wings of wind and thunder and the laws of the void, if I fly day and night, I should be able to cross the eastern earth and enter the North Pole in a month. Standing on the endless yellow sand, Zhuowen looked to the north and muttered in a low voice. Kid, are you seeking death? Flying day and night. Even if it's you, you can't handle it, right? Kid, do you want to die? You can use your flying mount. Xiao He appeared and warned him. Although the flying mount I have is not bad, it can't compare to my divine wings of wind and thunder and the laws of the void. I need to reach the North Pole as soon as possible. Zhuowen shook his head. A pair of 10-foot long purple thunder wings suddenly appeared on his back. At the same time, the laws of the void were attached to his thunder wings. Hung long. Thunder rumbled as Zhuowen entered the void. Like a bolt of lightning, he moved through the void tunnel at an extremely fast speed. This kid is crazy. In his knowledge sea, Xiao He helplessly looked at the youth moving through the void tunnel. I say, Xiao He, keep an eye on this kid Zhuowen. The void tunnel is not a good place. This kid wants to move forward continuously, so you have to keep an eye on him. Cheng Huang leisurely laid on the back of the divine turtle and calmly said, Damn, you old fox. You sit with your legs crossed all day doing nothing. Why do you have to order this dragon master around? What kind of dog are you? Seeing Cheng Huang like this, Xiao He immediately said in a bad mood, Hey, please don't confuse me with a dog. That dog is your brother. Don't you think it's an insult to me by calling me your brother? Cheng Huang shook its tail slightly and said with some disdain, Oh, scoundrel old fox, this old master will definitely bite you to death and pluck out all the hair on your body. Chapter 1584. A ghastly sight, white snow fluttered in the sky. This region was enveloped by ice and snow all year round. It was cold and lonely. This was the North Pole of the four regions. A crack appeared in the space at the peak of a snowy mountain that pierced through the clouds. A figure slowly descended on the peak of the snowy mountain. After a month, I finally reached the North Pole. As soon as this figure landed on the peak of the snowy mountain, his footsteps staggered, and he actually directly fell to the ground, panting. The pair of lightning wings on his back was extremely dim, like a candle in the wind that would be extinguished at any time. Xiao He hovered in front of the figure. Her small eyes stared at the latter with a complicated expression. She sighed, You really are desperate. You've been traveling day and night for a month. You're really lucky to be able to persevere. If it weren't for the support of immortal pills, you would have died of exhaustion long ago. Continuously using the 6 wings of wind and lightning and the laws of the void without any rest was an overload for any cultivator. It was very difficult to endure. However, Zhuowen had managed to endure for a month. Of course, during this period, Zhuowen had consumed quite a few immortal pills to barely endure. Otherwise, it was very likely that Zhuowen would have suddenly died on the way. There's still a month. I think you should rest well for a day or two before setting off. Xiao He felt her heart ache when she saw Zhuowen's appearance. At this moment, Zhuowen could also sense that he had reached his limit. If he continued traveling in this state, he really would not be able to endure it. It just so happens that I'm resting for 2 days. I'll send someone to find out the location of the Snow Palace. Zhuowen had a tired expression. He brought Xiao He back to the Azure Dragon Hall. Zhuowen, you don't look too good. Are you all right? Zhuowen encountered Lu Hantian's group after entering the Azure Dragon Hall. Lu Hantian asked in concern. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Where is Chun Shui? Zhuowen, come with me. Chun Shui has been talking about you during this time, and in order to not let her forget you, I've already brought her out of the second layer of the world. I built a pavilion in the Azure Dragon Square. That way she won't be affected by the flow of time in the second layer of the world. Feng Xiao came in front of Zhuowen, pulled Zhuowen, and took him to a pavilion in the southeast corner of the Azure Dragon Square. After a month, there are even more cracks on the surface of the memory bead, and Chun Shui forgets things even faster. Even if I try to talk to her about things she's familiar with, she completely forgets them not long after. Feng Xiao took out the memory bead. At this moment, there was almost no intact part on the surface of the memory bead. The cracks were densely packed, and it looked extremely horrifying. Chun Shui forgot everything. Looking at the memory bead, Zhuowen revealed a look of sadness. No, she didn't forget the name Zhuowen. She still remembers it very clearly. She knows that Juon is very important to her. She didn't forget the song she played for you a month ago. She knows that this song was played for you alone. Speaking of this, Feng Xiao was moved as she continued. Although her memories will gradually disappear with the memory bead in her heart, there will always be a place for you, the most important place. Juon felt his head explode. His nose was a little sour, and his eyes were a little dry. The softest place in the deepest part of his heart seemed to have been touched. I'll go in and see her. Oh, that's right. Mother, now that I've come to the North Pole, you can arrange for your subordinates to search for the location of the Snow Palace. After Juon finished speaking, he stepped into the courtyard. This pavilion was very quiet. In this secluded atmosphere, there was a faint elegance to it. It was like a lotus flower in a lotus pond, blooming its most beautiful petals. No one was there to see it, but it still proudly bloomed. In the courtyard, there were fake mountains, small bridges, flowing water, birds singing, green grass, and hundreds of flowers in full bloom. In the middle of the fake mountains, small bridges, flowers, and green grass, there was a white jade pavilion. In the center of the pavilion, there was a white jade table and a stone bench. An extraordinary figure was quietly sitting on the stone bench. Her jade-like hands were placed on the table, and there was an ancient zither placed on top of it. This figure seemed to be thinking with her head lowered, as if she was recalling something. Perhaps it was because she couldn't remember anything, but her brows slightly knit together and her nose wrinkled a little. Dang, dang, dang. Light footsteps attracted the figure's attention. She slightly raised her head and stared at Juon walking over. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of doubt as she asked, "Who are you?" "You." Juon's figure stiffened, but his expression was calm. He came to the pavilion and sat in front of Mu Chinxue. He smiled and said, "My name is Juon. Do you still remember me?" "I seem to know the name Juon." Mu Chinxue suddenly sat up straight. She pulled up her sleeves and stretched out her flawless white arm. There were 2 lines of words engraved on her arm. These words were incomparably bright red, as if they were carved on her skin with some kind of sharp weapon. Juon's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Mu Chinxue's arm and stared at the 2 lines of words on her arm. The contents of these 2 lines of words were very simple, but Juon felt as if his eyes were about to split open. The softest part in the deepest part of his heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly stirred. Juon could no longer control his extremely sour nose. Tears began to flow down uncontrollably like a heavy downpour. They streaked across Juon's cheeks and hung on his chin like a waterfall. It looked extremely sad and beautiful. Juon is the most important person. Don't forget, when I see Juon, I must play the song that I'm best at for him. It's also the only song that I know. The contents of these 2 lines of words were very simple. There was no unforgettable oath, no promise that would last until the end of time, and no grand words that would last forever. There were only 2 lines of very simple words. She didn't want to forget an important person and wanted to play the only song that she knew for the important person. These 2 lines. How could Juon not imagine the scene of Mu Chinxue carving these 2 lines of words? Perhaps it was because she was afraid that she would forget. So because of the anxiety in her heart, she slowly carved these 2 lines of words on her flawless arm. By carving these 2 lines of words, she had achieved her goal. She knew that even if she would forget many things, as long as the 2 lines of words on her arm did not disappear, she would never forget the name Juon. She would always leave the most important position in her heart for this man named Juon. Chinxue, why are you doing this? Why are you not afraid of hurting yourself to remember the name Juon? Juon gently stroked the 2 lines of words on Mu Chinxue's arm. The blood had already turned a bit dark red because of the passage of time. Seeing these 2 lines of shocking words, Juon felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Actually, every morning when I wake up, I will notice these 2 lines of words in my hand. I know that I have always been waiting for a man named Juon. He is a very important person to me, a person that I do not want to forget. Although I am normally very forgetful, I do not want to forget this name. I know that if I really choose to forget this name, I will regret it and I will be annoyed as if I have lost everything. After saying this, Mu Qinshue's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. She stared at Zhuowen and said, "You are Zhuowen, right? You are the Zhuowen that I have always been waiting for, right? I have already been sitting in the courtyard waiting for 20 days. Every day, when people came in, I would ask them if they were Zhuowen, but they would all say no. I know that the person I've been waiting for has not appeared yet. So I've always been thinking about why the person I have been waiting for has not appeared in front of me after all this time." Zhuowen gently took Mu Qinshui into his embrace and said with a bit of guilt, "Qinshui, I'm sorry. I have neglected you during this time. I was too selfish, not being by your side." "It's fine." Ani Xiao said it before. "The reason why you weren't by my side before was because you were trying to find a way to cure me. You wanted to cure my amnesia." Mu Qinshui gently hugged Zhuowen, and this was the first time her eyes revealed a trace of sadness. She said in a soft voice, "I know that I don't have much time left, so can you stay with me during this final period of time? I don't want to forget you." Zhuowen's heart was finally moved. He tightly hugged Mu Qinshui and firmly said, "Qinshui, nothing will happen to you. I will cure you. Whether it's cured or not, this is not the most important thing to me. I just want you to stay by my side, and we can happily live together for a while, all right? I know that I am forgetful, but I will try my best to remember every action and every word you say. Can you stay with me?" Mu Qinshui weakly leaned against Zhuowen's shoulder. Crystal-like tears flowed down her face like pearls, and her voice was choked with emotions. Perhaps even Mu Qinshui did not know why she was this emotional and couldn't control herself. "Qinshui, I'm sorry. I have spent too little time with you. I will stay with you from now on and will not be separated from you." Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinshui's waist, and his lips curled into a bitter smile. That's right. He had always ignored Mu Qinshui's feelings. Perhaps Mu Qinshui had already realized her condition, but she was not sad about it. However, because he was not by her side, she was crying like a child. Zhuowen knew that he had made a fatal mistake. He knew that Mu Qinshui's request was very simple. As long as he stayed by her side and gave her the most beautiful memories, that was what she wanted the most. "I will always be with you." Zhuowen gently stroked Mu Qinshui's back. His eyelids drooped, and a deep weariness filled his heart, making his eyelids even heavier. Chapter 1585. Storming the Snow Palace, Zhuowen slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He had used the 6 wings of wind and lightning and the laws of the void nonstop for an entire month. Even if Zhuowen's body was made of steel, it would still be difficult for him to endure. During these 3 days, Mu Qinshui had been by Zhuowen's side the entire time. She had placed Zhuowen on her lap as she gently fiddled with his messy hair. Her gaze was gentle. Although her memories were deteriorating day by day, she knew that she had not forgotten the man before her. Not only did the man before her exist in her memories, he also existed in her heart. He had an unshakable position in her heart. Her memories might disappear, but she had always kept that position in her heart for him. "If there really comes a day when I will completely forget about you, please believe that there will always be an important position in my heart reserved for you. That is the only position that belongs to you. No one can replace it." Mu Qinshui gently stroked Zhuowen's hair as a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, she grabbed Mu Qinshui's lily-white hand with one hand. Mu Qinshui was startled. Soon after, her beautiful eyes shifted downwards. At this moment, the man who should have been sleeping soundly before her had already opened his eyes. His clear eyes were filled with attachment, dominance, stubbornness, and tenacity. "That important position in your heart is mine. Your memories can only be filled with my image. I will help you settle everything. I will also help you cure your illness. As long as you listen to me, I, Zhuowen, will help you no matter what." With that, Zhuowen suddenly flipped over and pulled Mu Qinshui into his embrace. Their eyes met. He stared at the woman before him for a very long time before he said domineeringly, "You are my woman, so I am your mountain. I will support everything for you. All you need to do is lie in my embrace. I will take care of everything." After saying that, Zhuowen did not wait for Mu Qinshui to reply. He kissed her fiercely. This kiss was very domineering and also very attached. Days passed, and during this time, Zhuon had sent out many Ryuka martial artists to scout the North Pole. They had also found out the exact location of the Snow Palace. On the other hand, Mu Chinchua's condition was getting worse by the day. Her memory was starting to become fragmented. She would immediately forget what she had just said. Although Zhuon didn't say anything, Mu Chinchua could feel that something was wrong with her. Her eyes were getting dimmer and dimmer, and the light in her eyes was fading away. Zhuon, I can feel that I only have half a month left. Maybe after half a month, my soul will collapse. You don't have to hide it from me. I can feel the state of my soul. Mu Chinchua's beautiful eyes stared at the man in front of her. At this moment, she realized that the man in front of her was getting further and further away from her. She didn't like this feeling, but it was very real. Zhuon kissed Mu Chinchua's forehead gently and said softly, "My woman, I've said it before. I am your mountain. I will support you. Don't you still have half a month? I have already found a way to stop your soul from collapsing. Are you leaving? Are you leaving? Are you abandoning me?" Mu Chinchua suddenly choked with sobs. Her jade-like hand grabbed Zhuo Wen's arm as she stared at him with her tear-stained eyes. At this moment, Zhuo could see the deep helplessness in Mu Chinchua's eyes. It was a sad loneliness, as well as a kind of fear of losing something important. At this moment, Zhuo could see many emotions in Mu Chinchua's eyes. His heart was filled with pain, and this pain spread throughout his body, making him want to roar out. But he didn't. He suppressed the emotions in his heart. He knew that Mu Chinchua didn't have much time left. The profound crystallized soul that Feng Xiao mentioned, he had to obtain it as soon as possible. "Chinchua, I have to leave for a bit, but I swear I will be back soon." After Zhuo said this, he left the courtyard under Mu Chinchua's unwilling gaze. "Zhuo, we found the location of the Snow Palace. What should we do next?" Walking out of the Azure Dragon Square, Long Xiaotian, Lu Hantian, and the others all came forward to ask Zhuo. "I don't have much time. Let's directly attack the Snow Palace." Zhuo said in a soft voice. "Attack the Snow Palace?" Everyone was stunned, but they didn't have any objections. The current Ryuka had already developed to a very strong degree. They had overturned the Blue Dragon Hall and the Burning Heaven sect. Although the Snow Palace was very strong, it was only on the same level as the Burning Heaven sect. Moreover, the Snow Palace's palace master, Yuan Jibai, was like a stray dog running away from Burning Heaven City. If Yuan Jibai didn't act smart this time, Zhuo wouldn't mind directly destroying the Snow Palace. The North Pole was covered in snow all year round, scattering in all directions like goose feathers. The Snow Palace was located in the Snow Mountain Range, which was the coldest and highest mountain range in the North Pole. This mountain range had countless branches, and on the branches there were many other forces. They were densely packed and looked very magnificent. The main branch of the Snow Mountain Range was the location of the Snow Palace, and it was respected by the other forces of the Snow Mountain Range. At the foot of the Snow Mountain Range, a tall figure walked over step by step. He walked step by step towards the main branch of the Snow Mountain Range where the Snow Palace was located. His footsteps were very firm and determined. Who is this person? How dare he trespass into the Snow Mountain Range? Is he looking for death? Look at his clothes. He's definitely not from the Snow Palace. Moreover, he's heading towards the Snow Palace. Is he planning to break into the Snow Palace? This figure, who was climbing up the Snow Mountain Range, quickly attracted the attention of countless forces of the surrounding branches. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the Snow Mountain Range? A loud shout was heard, and a muscular man wearing an ice crystal armor blocked the path ahead with a dozen or so subordinates with terrifying auras. It's the Snow Armor Palace. The Snow Armor Palace is the most powerful of the four forces of the Snow Palace. Now that this unknown person is walking towards the Snow Palace, the Snow Armor Palace is planning to take action. The Snow Armor Palace's palace master, Shuehong, is also here. His strength has reached the peak of the profound Saint Realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. Many factions from the surrounding branch factions were paying attention to this side. There were even many factions who cast pitiful gazes at the lone figure. The Snow Armor Palace was the most powerful of the four forces of the Snow Palace. If the Snow Palace did not take action, the Snow Armor Palace could dominate the entire Snow Mountain range. Brother Shuehong, you're quite fast, aren't you? This person is just one person. There's no need for Brother Shuehong to take action, right? A somewhat feminine voice was heard, and a white-clothed man with an extremely slender waist, like a water snake, landed not far from the people of the Snow Armor Palace with several people. Although this person was a man, his words and actions were like a woman's. They were pretentious and made people feel nauseous. It's the palace master of the soft snow palace, Shui. Let's all hide. Don't let him take a fancy to us. Seeing the pretentious man, many of the warriors of the surrounding branches hid far away as if they were avoiding the plague. They did not dare to get close to Shui. It was not that Shui's strength was terrifying and made people avoid her. Instead, Shui had a strange habit that made people feel extremely disgusted. Shui liked men and would often dress herself up beautifully. She was a typical sissy. The corner of Shuehong's eyes twitched. He also kept a certain distance from Shui. He could not stand Shui's sissy behavior. Who are you? You don't seem to be a disciple of any of the branches of the Snow Mountain Range. If you don't want to get hurt, hurry up and get lost, Shuehong said as he coldly stared at the young man in front of him. Ayo, Shuehong, why are you so fierce? You scare me so much that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Shui snorted and stomped his foot. That pretentious posture made Shuehong's face turn incomparably ashen. This little brother looks quite handsome. I wonder what's your name? Why don't you come to Soft Snow Hall as a guest? I will properly entertain you, Shui said as he looked at the young man in front of him with a grin. Seeing Shui's coquettish smile, Zhuan's face turned slightly green. This Shui was really a sissy. The sissy Zhuan could not help but want to beat him up. You better not block my path. Those who block me will die. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Zhuan coldly spat out these words. Immediately after, he continued to walk towards the main branch as if nothing had happened. He did not put Shuehong and Shui in his eyes at all. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings immediately fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at the young man, who continued to walk forward. Many people were unable to wrap their heads around it. This kid was a little too arrogant. He actually told Shuehong and Shui to get lost or die. Haha, this little brother really has a personality. I like it. Shui laughed loudly. However, within his long and narrow eyes, a terrifying light that could take one's soul burst forth. This was a sign of his anger. On the other hand, Shuehong was much more direct. He directly expressed his anger on his face. His face was almost distorted and ferocious. His breathing was heavy, just like a ferocious beast. You are really courting death. Take this kid down. I want to see what qualifications he has to speak so arrogantly. Under Shuehong's command, the dozen or so subordinates behind him turned into a dozen or so figures and instantly rushed toward Zhuan. However, these dozen or so figures did not get close to Zhuan. They were blocked by golden sword rays. The countless sword rays were extremely fast. They turned into countless sword shadows in front of their eyes. In an instant, the dozen or so figures that rushed toward Zhuan were cut into countless pieces by the countless sword rays. They were killed in one strike. I've said before, those who block my path will die. After killing the dozen or so figures in a clean manner, Zhuan's gaze landed on Shuehong. With a thought, the killer four sacred sword array swept out like a gust of wind, instantly enveloping Shuehong. Break for me! Shuehong roared out furiously and summoned his Saint Artifact. However, the moment he summoned his Saint Artifact, before he could even unleash the power of the Saint Artifact, a large hand shot over and snatched the Saint Artifact from his hand. Chapter 1586. Mysterious Crystallized Soul. What a fast speed. I didn't even see his figure, and Shui Hong was already defeated? Who was this person? He defeated Shui Hong in one move. Did he really come to the Ice Mountain Range to cause trouble? When Shui Hong's Saint Tool was taken away and blasted to the ground, many forces in the surrounding Ice Mountain Range had yet to react. When they finally reacted, it set off an uproar. Shui Hong was the palace master of the Snow Armor Hall, a peak profound sage. Apart from the Ice Palace, he was the strongest force in the Ice Mountain Range. Now, Shui Hong was so weak in front of this young man. Just who was this young man, and how could he be so strong? I heard that you want me to go to your soft snow hall as a guest. Is that true? Zhuowen unceremoniously put Shui Hong's Saint Tool into his bag, then glanced at Yin Roshue on the other side and grinned. Looking at the grinning face of this young man, Yin Roshue's whole body trembled, and fear rose in her heart. Ha! Little brother, you must be joking. Our soft snow hall is too small. Little brother shouldn't be interested in us. Yin Roshue squeezed out a rather ugly smile. In that case, get out of my way. Don't block my way. Zhuowen lightly spat out these words. Yin Roshue's whole body stiffened, and she could only nod and bow and move out of the way, smiling from time to time. It could be said that she had lost all face as the palace master of the soft snow hall. After Yin Roshue moved out of the way, Zhuowen walked towards the main mountain range unhurriedly. At the peak of the main mountain range was a huge building complex. That was the Ice Palace. Shui Hong struggled to get up. Looking at the departing figure, his face turned green and white. Shui Hong, you've really suffered a double loss. Not only have you been slapped in the face, even your saint artifact has been snatched away by him. Yin Ro said sarcastically as she landed near Shui Hong. Shui Hong's face was gloomy, and he coldly said, "It's much better than someone like you who has to compromise." Moreover, this person dared to ignore the Ice Mountain Range. The Ice Palace won't let him go. Yin Roshue's face turned serious. She nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "You are right. The Snow Palace is not like our 4 great palaces. This kid will suffer a little when the time comes. Let's go up and watch the show." Shui Hong and Yin Ro were not the only ones to follow suit. Many of the factions in the vicinity of the Ice Snow Mountain Range followed behind Zhuowen and headed towards the main branch's Ice Snow Palace. Their goal was surprisingly the same. They wanted to see how the Snow Palace would punish the arrogant young man before them. Zhuowen slowly stepped onto the mountain gate of the main vein. As for the disciple who was guarding the gate, he was sent flying by Zhuowen with a single palm strike. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Snow Palace?" When Zhuowen sent the gatekeeping disciple flying with a single palm strike, all the disciples of the Snow Palace were alarmed. The disciples in the uniform of the Snow Palace all gathered at the entrance of the Snow Palace. They glared angrily at the young man who had barged in without any regard for the rules. "Tell your palace master, Yuan Ji Bai, to get the hell out here. I, Zhuowen, have something to say to her." Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the disciples who were glaring at him. Instead, he spoke calmly. As soon as he said that, the crowd was immediately enraged. There was even an uproar. "One arrogant brat. Is our palace master's name something you can call her by? You actually dare to tell our palace master to get the hell out here? Who do you think you are? How dare you say something like that? You're simply courting death. This kid is far too arrogant. Let's go together and take him down." The disciples of the Snow Palace were all filled with righteous indignation. Especially when Zhuowen asked Yuan Ji Bai to come out, it made many of them want to kill Zhuowen. Although Yuan Ji Bai was the high and mighty palace master, she was also a beauty of ice. She possessed a unique charm that was extremely attractive to the male disciples of the Snow Palace. It could be said that Yuan Ji Bai was very popular in the Snow Palace. Many of the inner disciples were secretly in love with Yuan Ji Bai. To a large portion of the male disciples of the Snow Palace, Yuan Ji Bai was a goddess that could not be blasphemed. Now, Zhuowen was so unscrupulous as to tell Yuan Ji Bai to get the hell out here. This immediately triggered the anger of many of the male disciples. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of disciples of the Snow Palace rushed out and attacked Zhuowen as if they had lost their minds. Puffed, puffed. However, Zhuowen stretched out his right hand. Instantly, the four-kill sacred sword formation that revolved around him shot out numerous extremely terrifying sword shadows. They were like a myriad of slithering snakes that covered the sky. The hundreds of disciples of the Snow Palace were instantly sliced into countless pieces. They couldn't be more dead. Yuan Jibai, are you still not going to get the hell out here? Are you going to wait until I raise your entire Snow Palace to the ground before you are willing to come out? Zhuowen did not care about the hundreds of disciples of the Snow Palace that had died in an instant. He continued to shout towards the depths of the Snow Palace. Of course, Zhuowen's arrogant words immediately caused many of the surrounding factions that had gathered to watch to mutter in their hearts. They all thought that Zhuowen was too impulsive and arrogant. However, such thoughts soon vanished into thin air. This was because a huge palace with countless dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky behind Zhuowen. It slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. The pressure that emanated from the hall seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies. It pressed down on the martial artists, causing them to tremble. The martial artists who were below the level of sage could not withstand it and knelt on the ground. What is this great hall? Why does it have such a terrifying pressure? Many of the disciples of the Snow Palace retreated. Some of them even spat out a mouthful of blood because they could not bear it. Their faces paled and their legs trembled. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the Azure Dragon Palace appeared, figures shot out from the entrance one after another. To the despair of many of the Snow Palace's disciples, even the weakest of them was a half-saint. There were even some powerful saints among them. More than 100 experts descended upon the Snow Palace. The combined force of their forces was extremely powerful. What kind of organization is this? Why is it so terrifying? Shuehong and Yin Roshue, who had originally come to watch Zhuowen make a fool of himself, saw the terrifying palace and the many cultivators around it. They were all at least half-saints. The two of them could even sense several extremely dangerous presences from the group of cultivators. Clearly, there were existences that were even more powerful than the two of them. What kind of organization was this? Without a doubt, the organization before them had even surpassed the Snow Palace. Since when had such an organization risen in the Arctic? Shuehong and Yin Roshue smiled bitterly at each other when they thought up to there. They discovered that their previous thoughts were just too laughable. With the strength of the young man before them, he did not even fear the Snow Palace, let alone them. It was no wonder why he dared to speak so recklessly before. It was not because the young man was reckless, but because he did have the ability to be arrogant. You don't want to come out? All right, then don't blame me, Zhuowen, for starting a massacre in your Snow Palace today, Zhuowen said extremely coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the Snow Palace. 5 figures shot out from the huge palace forged from ice and snow. The leader of the 5 figures was the ice-cold palace master of the Snow Palace, Yuan Jibai. The 4 figures following behind Yuan Jibai were 4 old women wearing similar snow-white robes. The 4 old women in snow-white robes all possessed vast presences. They were not weak saints. They should be elders of the Snow Palace. The palace master has come out. Seeing Yuan Jibai step out of the Snow Palace, many of the Snow Palace's disciples outside let out a sigh of relief. Their hearts that were originally hanging in the air also completely relaxed. Zhuowen, why have you come to our Snow Palace? Bathing Lake and many of our elites have died in the burning Heaven City. Don't tell me you still don't want to let our Snow Palace go? Yuan Jibai's pretty face was pale, but at the same time, it was filled with anger. She felt that Zhuowen had gone too far. The Snow Palace's losses were already severe enough. Did this Zhuowen come to the North Pole this time to add insult to injury? As soon as Yuan Jibai's words came out, many of the surrounding branch forces began to discuss. Previously, when Yuan Jibai went to the Burning Heaven sect to participate in the marriage alliance, the branch forces all knew about it. However, when Yuan Jibai returned, she was alone. The rest of the people were nowhere to be seen. Because of this, many of the branch forces had discussed it. Now, from what Yuan Jibai had said, other than Yuan Jibai, the rest of the people might have died. Moreover, those who died might have had something to do with the young man in front of them. Thinking of this, many of the surrounding branch forces showed extreme fear towards the young man standing in front of the main hall. "I'm not here to settle accounts with you, but to ask for something from you," Zhuowen said indifferently. Yuan Jibai was slightly vigilant. "What is it?" "Mysterious crystal ice soul. Your snow palace should have this item," Zhuowen said indifferently. "Mysterious crystal ice soul? Impossible. This is the foundation of my snow palace. We can't give it to you." Yuan Jibai's face changed slightly as she quickly refused. Many of the surrounding branch forces also revealed a surprised expression. Regarding the mysterious crystal ice soul, they naturally knew about it. The mysterious crystal ice soul was the crystallization of the entire ice snow mountain range. It was related to the survival of the entire ice snow mountain range. It could be said that the ice snow mountain range had extremely rich yuan veins, and these yuan veins were supported by the mysterious crystal ice soul. The mysterious crystal ice soul could be said to be the heart of the ice snow mountain range. If the mysterious crystal ice soul was taken away, the yuan veins in the main and branch forces of the ice snow mountain range would be completely exhausted. Many forces established on top of the ice snow mountain range would also lose the most important yuan veins for their forces. Chapter 1587. Lowering his head, "Palace Master, you can't hand over the mysterious crystal ice soul. If you do, the entire ice mountain range will be doomed. The mysterious crystal ice soul is the core lifeline of the entire ice mountain range. Once it's taken away, the foundation we've painstakingly built in the ice mountain range will be destroyed. Palace Master, please reconsider." In an instant, many of the surrounding subsidiary forces began to advise Yuan Jibai. Although they all said that it was for the good of the Ice Palace, Yuan Jibai knew that these subsidiary forces were only doing it for their own benefit. After all, the mysterious crystal ice soul was related to the entire ice mountain range. Once it was taken away, the impact on the subsidiary forces of the ice mountain range would be great. At that time, the foundation they had built in the subsidiary forces would indeed be destroyed. The Sex Foundation or the lives of all of you here. I think you should also make a choice, right? Zhuowen's voice was very calm. Then he reached out with his right hand and took out the heaven-defying Saint Artifact level tile. However, the surface of the tile was no longer as dazzling as before. Instead, it seemed a little dim. Zhuowen knew that he had used this tile too many times. There was not much saint connotation left in it left by a heaven-defying saint. However, it was more than enough to deter the Ice Palace and many of the other forces here. Rumble. Saint Force was injected into the tile. Golden light soared into the sky like a blazing sun, converging into a majestic figure that could seize the heavens and the earth. This majestic figure was indomitable, spanning across the void like a god. The terrifying pressure that radiated from his body was like countless mountains falling from the sky, crushing the surrounding people. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled. This can't be a heaven-defying saint artifact, right? Yuan Jibai's body trembled. Her frosty eyes finally revealed a look of disbelief. This was a heaven-defying saint artifact. With this heaven-defying saint artifact in hand, Zhuowen alone could slaughter all of the living beings in the Ice Mountain Range. If Yuan Jibai had not left Burning Sky City and stayed behind to witness the battle between Zhuowen and the many experts of the Ice Fire clan, perhaps she would not be as shocked as she was now. Unfortunately, she had already left Burning Sky City before the arrival of the Ice and Fire clan, and had missed the great battle in Burning Sky City. After returning to the North Pole Snow Palace, Yuan Jibai had inquired about the situation in Burning Sky City. However, the news she received was that the burning Heaven City had been destroyed and almost no one had survived. Yuan Jibai had also mistakenly thought that the one who had massacred the burning heaven city was Zhuowen, which was why she was so afraid of Zhuowen. Now, Zhuowen had taken out a heaven-defying saint treasure. She knew that the Snow Palace, or even the entire Snow Mountain range, could not stop this young man. If they dared to resist, only death would await them. The subsidiary forces that had originally raised objections also fell silent. In the face of a heaven-defying saint treasure, even if they had more people, it was useless. Many cultivators didn't know how terrifying the saints of the heaven-defying sacred realm were, but they had seen the power of the Yangtian sacred realm. Just the Yangtian sacred realm was enough for them to look up to, let alone the heaven-defying sacred realm that was 2 levels higher than the Yangtian sacred realm. Sigh, I'll give you the black crystallized soul. I only ask that you let our Snow Mountain range go. Yuan Jibai's pretty face was filled with helplessness, and the beautiful eyes that stared at Zhuowen were extremely complicated. Wait a moment, I'll go in and get the black crystallized soul for you. This may take some time. Yuan Jibai looked at Zhuowen with an inquiring look. Don't worry, I'll wait here. You just have to hurry. Zhuowen said lightly. Yuan Jibai didn't say much and brought the 4 old women back into the Snow Palace. After about 4 hours, Yuan Jibai came out of the Snow Palace again. At this moment, Yuan Jibai looked pale and tired. Take it, this is the black crystal ice soul. Yuan Jibai reluctantly handed a hexahedral crystal to Zhuowen. The surface of the hexahedral crystal looked crystal clear, and it faintly revealed a light blue luster. Wisps of white mist lingered on the surface of the crystal, as if it was filled with cold air. The moment Zhuowen came into contact with the crystal, he was intimidated by the cold air on the surface of the crystal. Fortunately, his physical body was extremely strong. With a slight shake, he shook off the cold air that was pressing towards him. As expected of the black crystallized soul, just as Mother said, the cold air inside really has the effect of freezing the soul. Holding the black crystal ice soul in his hand, Zhuowen's eyes shone with an unprecedented light. He, who was in contact with the black crystallized soul, could clearly feel that the cold air emitted from the surface of the black crystallized soul had penetrated deep into his bones, as if it wanted to freeze his soul. If it wasn't for Zhuowen blocking it with his saint energy, the cold air could have really spread to the depths of his soul, freezing his entire soul. Let's go. Zhuowen sent all the Ryuka people into the Azure Dragon Palace. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the Azure Dragon Palace into his spirit ring. With a single step, he disappeared from the Ice-Snow Mountain range. As soon as Zhuowen left, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed, but most people still had worried expressions on their faces. They knew very well that once the mysterious crystallized soul was taken away, the entire Ice-Snow Mountain range would no longer be suitable for cultivation. It was likely that the various forces established in the Ice-Snow Mountain range would move out of the Ice-Snow Mountain range in the following period of time. The Ice-Snow Palace that occupied the main mountain range would bear the brunt of this. In the Azure Dragon Square, Zhuowen excitedly placed the black crystallized soul in front of Feng Xiao and said, "Mother, I have the black crystallized soul. This thing should be able to stop Chen Shui's soul from collapsing, right?" Feng Xiao carefully took out a jade box and placed the black crystallized soul inside. She said, "Zhuowen, when do you plan on freezing Chen Shui's soul? You have to know that once the soul is frozen, Chen Shui will fall into a deep slumber unless you can find a way to save her soul." Zhuowen's face froze, and he fell into silence. He understood Feng Xiao's meaning. He knew that once Mu Qinshui's soul was frozen, Mu Qinshui would fall into a deep slumber. He would not be able to be like before, where the two of them would be like lovers, speaking softly to each other. "Mother, when can we delay using the black crystallized soul?" Zhuowen looked at Feng Xiao and asked in a sorrowful voice. Feng Xiao also looked at Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes focused as she said with a soft sigh, "Chen Shui still has around half a month. Once half a month passes, her memory bead will completely shatter and her soul will begin to collapse at that moment. That is the moment when the soul will freeze the most. There's still half a month? Mother, let's use the black crystallized soul in half a month. Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Go. In this half a month, accompany Qin Shui. She always wants to see the sunrise and sunset, as well as the stars in the night sky. Before Feng Xiao finished speaking, she was interrupted by a clear voice. What I want more is to be with you. Zhuowen, without you, what's the point of looking at it? I only want to look at it with you. Zhuowen turned around, and his eyes fell onto a phoenix-like graceful girl not far away. He quickly walked in front of Mu Qinshui and said with a bit of guilt, Chun Shui, I'm back. I know. Mu Qinshui said with a faint smile. I'll bring you out, all right? I'll accompany you to see what you want to see, all right? Zhuowen held Mu Qinshui's jade-like hand and said with a smile, bring me out. You can accompany me. It doesn't matter where we go. Mu Qinshui's smile was very happy. Zhuowen and Mu Qinshui walked out of the Azure Dragon Palace. Zhuowen brought Mu Qinshui across mountains, rivers, forests, and valleys. He brought her through various terrains, seeing ancient ruins one by one, as well as watching the sunrise and sunset every day, as well as the stars in the night sky every night. Half a month slowly passed, and when the sun slowly rose on the 15th day, Zhuowen tightly hugged Mu Qinshui. Qinshui, let's get married. I want you to become my true wife, all right? Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinshui as he spoke with a smile. Mu Qinshui's beautiful eyes revealed a pleasantly surprised look, but she quickly revealed a sad look. She leaned against Zhuowen's chest and gently shook her head as she said, Zhuowen, you know my situation. If we get married now, it will only drag you down. That won't happen. I've already prepared our wedding clothes. Zhuowen firmly said. After that, Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao led a group of people to appear behind them. They saw two tall maids carrying two sets of wedding clothes as they walked in front of Zhuowen and Mu Qinshui. Qin Shui, this is Zhuowen's kind intentions. You can't reject it. He has already prepared for this day for a long time. Feng Xiao took the wedding clothes and walked over to Mu Qinshui's side. She gently helped her put on the wedding clothes and then took a few steps back. She revealed a gratified smile and said, My daughter-in-law is the most beautiful. Xiaotian, don't you think so? Long Xiaotian laughed and scratched his head. He repeatedly said, That's natural. Xiao, you're as beautiful as you were in the past. Feng Xiao's face turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Long Xiaotian. She muttered, You're not serious at all. Although she said this, Feng Xiao's face was filled with sweetness, and the smile on her face was glowing. Uncle, Aunt, you should know my situation. Do you agree to my marriage with Zhuowen? Mu Qinshui's eyes turned red as she spoke. Why wouldn't I agree? My daughter-in-law is so beautiful and obedient. As her mother, how could I not agree? Feng Xiao revealed a faint smile and immediately pushed Zhuowen away. She said, The groom should leave first. Before the bride gets married, she has to dress up properly. After that, Zhuowen was pulled away by Long Xiaotian, Lu Hantian, and a group of close people. Even Zhuowen's grandfather, Zhuowen's first uncle, second uncle, and other family members were present. They all looked at Zhuowen with a smile. Chapter 1588. Get married. Zhuowen was dragged away like a moon surrounded by stars. Mu Qinshui was surrounded by Feng Xiao and the other women. Mo and Wushang and Wu Dai even went up to join the fun. They smiled and dressed Mu Qinshui. About a few hours later, Feng Xiao giggled and said in a clear voice, The bride is ready. How is the groom? The groom is ready. It's time to bring the bride in the sedan chair, Long Xiaotian shouted. Feng Xiao gently nodded. With a wave of her sleeve, a hexagonal bridal sedan appeared out of nowhere and supported Mu Qinshui into the bridal sedan. The bridal sedan was surrounded by countless flames. These flames were constantly tumbling, transforming into illusions of phoenixes that spread their wings and soared high into the sky. Relying on these illusions of phoenixes, the bridal sedan was reborn from the flames and floated in midair. Xiao He, Zhuowen stood on top of the mountain and looked at the bridal sedan bathed in flames. He summoned the enormous extreme Nether Saint Dragon. The extreme abyss Saint Dragon was so huge that it almost covered the sky. The extreme abyss Saint Dragon let out a long roar and soared into the sky. Roar! High up in the sky, the Saint Dragon of Abyssal swung its tail. Howling winds howled, and the space within 10,000 miles completely collapsed. The rosy clouds floating in the 9 heavens fell like meteors, falling from a height of 5,000 kilometers to a height of several thousand meters. Zhuan roared. He leapt onto the Saint Dragon's huge body and reached out with his right hand. The power of the laws of the void was unleashed to the extreme. Instantly, the space above the 9 heavens was distorted and collapsed by Zhuan. The countless stars in the sky that were extremely far away slowly sank due to the distortion of space. It was as if the stars in the sky were falling from the sky and were very close to the ground. What's going on? The clouds floating above the 9 heavens sank. The stars in the sky are falling and the earth is shaking violently. What's going on? The clouds in the sky fell and the stars in the sky fell. The entire North Pole was shaking because of this huge movement. The countless living beings living in the North Pole all looked up at the sky. They saw a godlike figure walking through the endless clouds and stars, step by step, amidst the clouds and stars. In the snow palace of the Snow Mountain Range, Yuan Jibai looked up. Her beautiful eyes fell on the figure in the clouds and stars. She had a complicated expression. I heard that Zhuan came for the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, Mu Qinxue. Although the battle ended with the Ryuka's victory, Mu Qinxue's memories gradually disappeared in her soul time. The reason he came to my snow palace to take the black crystal eye soul was all for Mu Qinxue. Looking at the figure in the groom's robes, how could Yuan Jibai not know what Zhuan wanted to do at this moment? He wanted to marry the woman he loved the most at the last moment. Even if this woman's soul might collapse in the next moment, he still did not regret this decision. Is there really such a sincere love in this world? She did not know why, but when she saw Zhuan, who planned to marry Mu Qinxue, stepping on the clouds in the sky, carrying the stars in the sky, Yuan Jibai's frosty expression began to soften. The deepest part of her heart, which had been sealed in ice, seemed to have been faintly touched at this moment. The love that she once did not believe in received a different affirmation from the man in front of her at this moment. Squeak! Raging flames burned the sky. The flames around the bridal sedan became more and more intense. In the end, it turned into a phoenix that was reborn from the flames. This phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. The bridal sedan slowly flew into the sky, towards the endless clouds, the stars in the sky, and the proud figure in the middle of the clouds and stars. Zhuan quietly stood in the void, staring at the bridal sedan that was slowly flying towards him. He was like a child, laughing foolishly. After going through untold hardships and overcoming innumerable difficulties, Zhuan had finally fulfilled the heroic vow he had made back then. Today, he came with the clouds in the sky and the stars in the sky to marry Mu Qinxue. Feng Xiao walked along Xiaoyan's side and gently snuggled up to his chest. Feng Xiao looked at the figure standing proudly between heaven and earth in the sky. Feng Xiao's eyes were misty as she choked with sobs and said, Xiao Tian, look, our Zhuan is finally grown up. I saw him find his beloved woman, and he also held the most romantic wedding with the clouds and stars. But such a moment is really short. I really want to see the smile on Zhuan's face. This is the first time in so many days that I have seen him smile, and smile so happily. Long Xiaotian hugged Feng Xiao tightly, but did not answer, because he knew that any words at this moment were pale and powerless, and he did not know what to say. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to hold Feng Xiao tightly, watch all this silently, and silently pray and bless Zhuan in his heart. How can there be no festive music on such a joyous day? Wushang, come and play a few songs. Lu Hantian suddenly said to Moyan Wushang, who was beside him, with a smile. In. Moyen Wushang nodded gently and immediately took out a guzheng. His slender, jade-like hands plucked back and forth on the strings, playing the music of the wedding banquet. Although he was playing a festive melody, Moyen Wushang's heart was filled with sorrow, and tears involuntarily dripped down. "I'm sorry," Moyen Wushang sobbed. Kanan, Gatha, Mo Ling Tian, and the others fell into silence. Even the most active Lu Han Tian did not speak. Although this was Zhuan's big day, everyone's heart was filled with dark clouds because they knew that today was the last day for Mu Qinxue to retain her memory. Zhuan slowly walked to the front of the bridal sedan and lifted the curtain. Zhuan's gaze fell on the bridal sedan, and his eyes were suddenly filled with amazement. Her hair was tied up in a phoenix bun, and her eyes were lightly swept. Her eyebrows were filled with spring, and her skin was as smooth as warm jade. Her cherry lips were red without any lipstick, and she was tender and beautiful. 2 strands of hair on her cheeks gently brushed against her face with the wind, adding to her seductive charm. Her eyes were nimble, and she was a little mischievous. She was wearing a fiery red dress, and her slender waist was so beautiful that it could not be grasped. She was so beautiful that she could not be more beautiful. Perhaps it was because she saw Zhuan's fiery gaze, but the woman in the sedan slightly slanted her beautiful eyes, and her peach cheeks were flushed like a ripe red apple. Her shy appearance made Zhuan unable to resist taking a bite. There's a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. A glance can topple a city, a second glance can topple a country. Zhuan could not help but think of a poem as he looked at the shy and seductive beauty in the bridal sedan. Mu Qinxue was definitely a country-toppling beauty, a peerless beauty that countless men would fall in love with at first sight. Zhuan knew that being able to marry this kind of peerless beauty, it was definitely his 3 lifetimes' worth of good fortune. "Chun Shui, you're so beautiful." Zhuan held it in for a while, but he still said these words in the end. Without knowing why, when Zhuan encountered the matter of getting married, he actually felt nervous. He even began to speak incoherently. In Zhuan's mind, marriage was an important matter in his life. Since he had chosen it, he had no regrets, but at the same time, his heart was filled with anxiety. Seeing Zhuan's nervous appearance, Mu Qinxue gave a laugh. She reached out her jade-like hand, and her beautiful eyes turned white. She coquettishly said, "Why aren't you helping me up? Do you want me to keep sitting in the sedan?" "Oh, all right." Zhuan gave a silly laugh and held that jade-like hand. Perhaps he used too much strength, but Mu Qinxue fell into Zhuan's embrace. Mu Qinxue did not even have time to react before Zhuan's hoarse voice sounded in her ears. "Chun Shui, marry me, all right? I swore to marry you in the past, but I want to know if it was just my own wishful thinking." Mu Qinxue's cheeks turned red, but she finally said with a gentle nod, "You don't even dislike me, so why should I be indecisive? Only, isn't today the last day?" Hearing this, Zhuan slowly raised his head and looked into the sky. He found that the curtain of night had already fallen, and the sun hanging high in the sky had already set. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. "Let's go see my parents and grandfather," Zhuan said with a smile. Then he pulled Mu Qinxue in front of Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. Zhuan's grandfather, Long Xiangding, was also present. "Father, mother, and grandfather, today I ask you to preside over this wedding for us." Zhuan pulled Mu Qinxue to kneel on the ground and said to Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and Long Xiangding, "Aha, good, let this old man preside over this wedding. Being able to see my grandson start a family while I'm still alive, this old man has no regrets." Long Xiangding laughed as he arrived in front of Zhuan and Mu Qinxue. The peach blossom is bright and dazzling. The son returns home, suitable for his wife. Today you, Zhuan, are willing to take Mu Qinxue as your wife. In the future, we will hold each other's hands and grow old together, never leaving each other forever and ever. Long Xiangding's expression was extremely serious as he continued. Today, the heavens and the earth bear witness, and the sun and moon bear witness to your marriage. After that, Zhuowen held Mu Qinshue's hand and bowed to the heavens and earth, then to Long Xiaodian, Feng Xiao, and Long Xiaoding. The couple bowed 3 times. From now on, you are my wife. I am willing to protect you forever and never leave you. Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinshu and whispered in a soft voice. Mu Qinshu leaned on Zhuowen's chest and nodded gently. In order not to disturb Zhuowen and Mu Qinshu, Long Xiaodian and Feng Xiao called for the others to leave. After a while, only Zhuowen and Mu Qinshu were left on the mountain peak. Can I still see tomorrow's sunrise? Mu Qinshu leaned on Zhuowen's chest and whispered as if she was dreaming. Yes, you can do it. Chapter 1589. Collapse. The sky is about to brighten. The sun is about to rise. Zhuowen, how about I play the zither for you? A sliver of white appeared in the sky. The pitch-black night seemed to become less cold and gloomy because of this sliver of white. Instead, it became gentler. Mu Qinshu struggled out of Zhuowen's embrace. With a wave of her hand, a fiery red zither appeared before her. The zither had the image of a phoenix carved on it. It spread its wings and soared high, reborn from the flames. Wisps of flames burned on the zither strings. The flames danced, faintly revealing the image of a phoenix. Mu Qinshue's slender hands were placed on the zither. She sat cross-legged in the air. She smiled at Zhuowen. The tears on her cheeks flickered with a sorrowful luster. Her slender hands slowly fell. Her slender fingers wandered between the zither strings. The sorrowful zither melody drifted in the air. At this moment, Mu Qinshu was smiling very brightly. However, the luster of the tears on her cheeks was even more dazzling. She was like the blazing sun that was about to rise. Who, holding my hand, restrained my madness for half my life. Who, kissing my eyes, covered my wanderings for half my life. Who can pour my heart? An inch of land is like emptiness. Who can bury my sorrow, laugh at the vanity of heaven and earth, my madness? Holding your hand, accompanying you in your madness for 1,000 lives, kissing your eyes deeply, accompanying you through 10,000 reincarnations. The melody was leisurely. It was like the flowing water of a high mountain, like the empty spring of a deep valley, like the mountain stream, like the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Accompanied by the beautiful melody, Mu Qinshue's clear and melodious voice, which was like an oriole's, was slowly released. Her voice rose and fell, and it was soul-stirring. The echoes of the empty valley were endless. Listening to the ethereal melody and the sorrowful lyrics, Zhuowen's eyes began to turn red. The song became more and more melodious, more and more resounding. Mu Qinshue's body began to burn with intense flames. A huge phoenix image was born from the flames. It soared into the sky as if it wanted to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. Zhuowen, the sun has risen. The melodious song came to an abrupt end. The flames around Mu Qinshu became even more intense. She lowered her head and leaned deeply against Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with endless affection, endless reluctance, and endless reluctance to part. Afterwards, Mu Qinshu slowly, Mu Qinshue's smile grew even brighter. She turned around and quietly looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, do you still remember what I said? I only want to play this song for you. I only hope that every time I play this song, there will still be a place in my heart that belongs to you. There will still be a memory that belongs only to you. Zhuowen stretched out his hand to pull Mu Qinshu back. However, he realized that what he grabbed was an ethereal flame. Mu Qinshu, who was in the middle of the flame, had cracks on her body. The cracks began to expand and eventually spread to Mu Qinshue's entire body. It was as if at this moment, Mu Qinshu was like a broken porcelain doll that could collapse at any time. Zhuowen, we still watched the last sunrise together. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Although I want you to sit with me every day to watch the sunrise and sunset together, to play and support each other, I don't have much time left. However, I'm still satisfied because you're by my side the last moment, accompanying me through these most difficult days. More and more cracks appeared on Muchinchua's body. With a flip of his right hand, Zhuowen discovered that the cracks on the surface of the memory pearl had reached its limit. It turned into fine powder and drifted in the air, carried away by the waves. As he watched countless cracks appear on that perfect body, an immense pain assaulted Zhuowen's mind and eyes, causing his vision to become completely blurry. His body trembled slightly, as if countless bombs had exploded in his mind. His pitch-black eyes turned from blank to deep and vicissitudes of life. In the end, his gaze landed on the girl whose body was collapsing. Then, tears began to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. The girl whose delicate body had collapsed amidst the countless flames revealed the most gentle smile in the world, a smile that only bloomed for Zhuo and himself. Ah! Zhuo hugged his head, then suddenly lifted it up. A heart-wrenching roar resounded from his chest, nose and mouth, reverberating between heaven and earth. That intense sorrow caused the entire sky to darken, causing countless mountains in the surroundings to tremble and collapse. Is she really leaving just like that? Zhuo was like a child who had lost his beloved toy. He dashed towards Mu Chinxue without any regard for his own safety. His hands firmly grabbed onto Mu Chinxue's jade-like hands. However, the moment his hands touched Mu Chinxue, he grabbed onto empty air. This was because Mu Chinxue's body had completely collapsed into nothingness, leaving behind only the illusory soul hidden in the depths of her body. Furthermore, Mu Chinxue's soul had also begun to collapse along with the collapse of her body. At this moment, Mu Chinxue had already completely fainted due to the immense pain. In other words, her soul had collapsed and she had fainted. So, at this moment, Feng Xiao brought Long Xiaotian and instantly arrived beside Mu Chinxue. Her beautiful eyes became serious as she said, Chun Shue's memory bead has completely shattered and her sea of consciousness is in chaos. Her body has also collapsed because of the chaos in her sea of consciousness. Now that her body has collapsed, her soul will also enter a state of collapse. We need to quickly take measures to stop Chun Shue's soul from collapsing. After saying this, Feng Xiao slowly reached out her jade-like hand and took out a jade box. Opening the jade box, a sparkling and translucent hexahedral crystal lay quietly within. This crystal was the black crystallized soul that Zhuo had obtained from the Snow Palace. Xiaotian, give me a hand and grab this profound crystallized soul. I need to cast a technique to stop Chun Shue's soul from collapsing first. Feng Xiao suddenly said this to Long Xiaotian. Then she took out the profound crystallized soul and threw it to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian did not dare to be careless. He waved his right hand and held the mysterious crystal ice soul in the center of his palm. Waves of cold yin energy passed through Long Xiaotian's palm and entered his meridians and even into the depths of his bone marrow. Long Xiaotian could even clearly feel that this chilling power was not as simple as just penetrating into his bone marrow. It was even trying to corrode his soul from the depths of his body. If it wasn't for Long Xiaotian being cautious, perhaps this cold energy would have invaded the depths of his soul. Thinking of this, Long Xiaotian looked at the profound, crystallized soul with eyes filled with dread. This thing was not simple. On the other side, Feng Xiao kept pointing in the air. Each time she pointed, she would leave behind a small purple flame in the air. Feng Xiao's speed was very fast. Her figure was like lightning, instantly leaving behind 99 purple flames in the air. So. The 99 purple flames instantly released terrifying purple flames. Moreover, each flame was connected to each other, complementing each other. The purple flames released by the 99 purple flames instantly connected together, forming a purple fence that surrounded Mu Chinxue. Mu Chinxue, who had been bursting with terrifying flames, was trapped by the purple flame fence. The flames that had been spreading were immediately contained. After the flames were contained, the speed at which Mu Chunchue's soul was collapsing also slowed down. Shout Heon, give me the profound crystal ice soul. Feng Xiao suddenly turned to Long Xiaotian and said. Long Xiaotian did not hesitate. With a wave of his right hand, he gave the profound crystallized soul to Feng Xiao. At this moment, Feng Xiao's pretty face was extremely dignified. She dragged the profound crystal ice soul with her right hand and then slowly reached into the purple flame fence. She began to slowly approach Mu Chenxue. However, as the profound crystallized soul continued to approach Mu Chenxue, the flames surrounding Mu Chenxue began to counterattack. These flames condensed into phoenixes that spread their wings and blocked the approach of the profound crystallized soul. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Xiao was obviously not a mediocre person. With a stroke of her jade-like hand, the fence formed by the surrounding purple flames began to shrink rapidly, like a constantly shrinking balloon, instantly suppressing the counterattack of the flames. Seeing that the counterattack of the flames had been suppressed, Feng Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, she quickly placed the profound crystal ice soul on the chest of Mu Chenxue's soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the profound crystallized soul was finally placed on Mu Chenxue's chest, the raging flames that were spreading around Mu Chenxue's soul were finally restrained. If one looked carefully, one could clearly see that the profound crystal ice soul on Mu Chenxue's chest began to continuously produce a powerful chill. This chill penetrated deep into the bone marrow and finally completely suppressed the flames that were released from Mu Chenxue's body. As the chill continued to spread, the collapse of Mu Chenxue's soul was also alleviated. Chapter 1590. Entering the dark corpse forbidden ground again when Mu Chenxue was completely frozen. Feng Xiao was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. It was clear that using the mysterious crystallized soul to seal Mu Chenxue's soul had consumed a lot of her energy. Long Xiaotian rushed to Feng Xiao's side and asked in a worried voice, Xiao, are you all right? Don't worry, I just consumed a lot of energy. Speaking of which, I think we should be more worried about Zhuowen. Chun Shui, Feng Xiao shook her head, then her beautiful eyes turned and fell on Zhuowen not far away. At this moment, Zhuowen looked like he had lost his soul. He stared blankly at Mu Chenxue, who was frozen in front of him. He wanted to reach out to touch Mu Chenxue, but he found that the fence formed by the purple flames blocked his hand. Zhuowen didn't try to destroy the purple flames outside. Instead, he quietly looked through the gap in the fence and looked at the woman lying peacefully in the void. He only felt that his eyes were very dry. Zhuowen, now is not the time to be sad. Whether Chen Shui can be saved or not depends on you. Long Xiaotian came to Zhuowen's side and patted Zhuowen's shoulder with great caution. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and looked at Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao's hopeful eyes. At the same time, he saw Lu Hantian, Imo Yin Wushang, and his other friends and Ryuka's relative behind him. Soon, Zhuowen's eyes calmed down. Long Xiaotian was right. He shouldn't be sad right now. There were still many things he needed to do. Can the Celestial Saint Master really cure Chun Shui's collapsed soul? Zhuowen transmitted his voice to Xiao He in his sea of consciousness. Xiao He pondered for a moment and said, in theory, it can be cured. After all, Saint Masters have already touched the threshold of the soul. Their research on the soul is far above other arcana masters. As for your little lover, the problem lies in her soul, so finding the Celestial Saint Master is definitely the right choice. He will definitely have a corresponding solution. Zhuowen nodded solemnly. Xiao He was right. He and the entire Ryuka were completely helpless about Mu Chenxue's condition. Only by going to the Central Plains and finding the Saint Master would they be able to find a solution. Chen Shui's soul has already been frozen, but how do you plan on placing her soul? Feng Xiao arrived in front of Zhuowen and asked in a somewhat worried voice. Compared to the physical body, the soul was extremely fragile. If it wasn't properly taken care of, it could easily cause problems. Once something happened to the soul, everything would be destroyed. At that time, even if Mu Qinshue's soul was frozen due to the mysterious crystallized soul, it could also completely collapse due to bad storage. Heh. First of all, you have to give your little lover a coffin that is hard enough to seal her inside. Even external forces won't be able to affect her soul, Xiao Hei said with a chuckle. A coffin? I wonder if the demon sealing green coffin can be used. Zhuowen flicked his right hand and took out a huge bronze coffin. This was the demon sealing green coffin used to suppress the blood demon. Ever since the blood demon was released by Zhuowen, the demon sealing green coffin had been left idle in Zhuowen's spirit ring. Xiao Hei shook her head and said, "The demon sealing green coffin is really too fragile. Even an ordinary profound saint artifact would be able to destroy it. Are you sure you want to put your little lover inside this demon sealing green coffin?" Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. Xiao Hei was right. The demon sealing green coffin was really too fragile. Speaking of which, this demon sealing green coffin was brought out by him from the Origin Chi Tower. Compared to him at that time, the demon sealing green coffin was really hard. However, that was only relative to him at that time. At that time, Zhuowen was only at the ultimate emperor realm. Now that he was at the profound saint realm, even if he didn't use a profound saint artifact, Zhuowen might be able to completely crush this demon sealing green coffin with one hand. Could it be that you have an even harder coffin? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Of course I do. At this point, Xiao Hei suddenly laughed, and his laughter was extremely wretched. He moved closer to Zhuowen and said, "There's so many dead people buried in the serene corpse forbidden grounds. There must be a coffin suitable for your little lover, and the quality of the coffins there are basically many times higher than this demon sealing green coffin." Hearing Xiao Hei's wretched laughter, Zhuowen's expression became somewhat ugly. He couldn't help but recall the scene of him being chased by the tomb guards of the true immortal tomb. How terrifying were the tomb guards! Zhuowen still had some lingering fear. If it weren't for the first mountain god, he might have died on the spot. Xiao Hei also noticed Zhuowen's somewhat ugly expression. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. This time, I won't let you take the risk to go to the area of the divine tomb. Instead, I'll let you go to the area where the heaven sages or profound sages are. Although the coffins of those dead people may not be as hard as the coffins of the divine tomb and the true immortal tomb, they are definitely much harder than the bronze coffin in your hand." Zhuowen completely understood Xiao Hei's meaning this time. He planned to let him enter the serene corpse extremis again and snatch the coffins of the dead people there. Moreover, Xiao Hei seemed to be instigating him this time. Zhuowen knew that this guy was probably up to no good again. "You want me to snatch things from the dead?" Zhuowen asked with an ashen face. Xiao Hei grinned, not caring about Zhuowen's ugly expression at all. He continued, "Do you really want your little lover to lie in such a tattered coffin? If there is a great battle in the future, if you carry this demon sealing green coffin with you, or in your spirit ring, the aftermath of the battle may affect your little lover sealed in the coffin. Of course, if you plan to place this demon sealing green coffin in a secret place, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." At this point, Xiao Hei shrugged, and a sly look appeared in Xiao Hei's eyes. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He suddenly opened the demon sealing green coffin, gently picked up Mu Qinshuo, and placed her inside the coffin. Then, he sealed the bronze coffin. "Huh, boy, do you really plan to use this demon sealing green coffin? Let me tell you, this quality is not safe. If something happens to your little lover, don't blame me for not warning you." Blackie was stunned, and then he started to grumble by Zhuowen's ear like a gossipy woman. Zhuowen handed the demon sealing green coffin to Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao and said cautiously, "Father, Mother, I hope you can keep this coffin for me for a while. I have some things to deal with. Also, I plan to leave the Azure Dragon Palace in the southern barbarian lands. Ryuka will temporarily stay in the southern barbarian lands. I don't know where the young master of the Ice and Fire family has gone. During this period of time, Ryuka should hide and avoid this storm before returning to the eastern barbarian lands." Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian took the demon sealing green coffin and said cautiously to Zhuan, "Don't worry, we will keep this bronze coffin for you. But what do you plan to do?" Long Xiaotian and the others also knew about the Ice and Fire family. They knew the seriousness of this matter and naturally didn't dare to go back to the eastern barbarian lands. At the very least, they must first send people to the eastern barbarian lands to inquire about it and wait for a while before they dare to move Ryuka back. As for the conversation between Zhuan and Xiao He, it was in the form of sound transmission, so Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian didn't know the specific content of the conversation between Zhuan and Xiao He. Of course, even if they knew, they probably wouldn't know what kind of place the Nether Corpse Danger Ground was. Regarding the Nether Corpse Danger Ground, only Zhuan and the Jia family knew about it. The rest of the people were extremely unfamiliar with it. After exhorting Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and the Ryuka, Zhuan temporarily handed the Azure Dragon token to Long Xiaotian for safekeeping. With the Azure Dragon token, Long Xiaotian can temporarily control the Azure Dragon Hall. After doing this, Zhuan took a deep look at the bronze coffin, then immediately used the Void Law to escape into the void and disappeared before everyone's eyes. At the border between the Eastern Lands and the Southern Barbarian Lands, there was a huge gully between the two regions. This gully was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what kind of danger was hidden in the gully. Not far from the ravine, there were some scattered buildings, and there were many people coming and going in the buildings. These were the people of the Jia family. Since the problem of the Demon Saint's curse was solved, the surface of this area was no longer threatened by the curse, so the Jia family moved back to the surface. Zhuan didn't have the intention to go up and greet the Jia family. Instead, he took a step forward and instantly dived into the depths of the gully. With Zhuan's extraordinary memory, he quickly found the cave that hid the entrance to the Nether Corpse Danger Ground. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Zhuan didn't rush in. Instead, he wandered around for a moment, and his gaze fell on the 9 golden lines on the surface of the cave. These 9 golden lines were the seal released by the first mountain god, which was also the 9-turn golden split rune that Zhuan had cultivated. The first mountain god's attainment in the 9-turn golden split rune was undoubtedly many times higher than Zhuan's, or it could be said that he far surpassed Zhuan. Therefore, when he looked at the 9-turn golden split rune in front of the cave, Zhuan felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. You have cultivated the 9-cycle golden crack pattern. Although it is very difficult to break the seal set by the first mountain god, you can rely on the 9-cycle golden crack pattern that you have cultivated and slowly explore. Then you can pass through the seal and enter the other side of the seal, Blackie said calmly. Yes, I can give it a try when the time comes, but before entering, I plan to completely absorb the burning flame nectar. Maybe I can break through again and reach the shattering, profound saint realm. Chapter 1591. Mysterious Saint Realm. Zhuan clenched his right hand, and the phoenix crystal shattered. The 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar contained within spewed out like flames, transforming into numerous phoenix phantoms that spread their wings and soared into the sky. Splash! These phoenix phantoms were formed by the burning flame nectar. Wherever they passed, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Of course, as the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar, this thing was quite intelligent. The moment Zhuan's big hand reached out, the burning flame nectar began to dodge left and right in an attempt to avoid Zhuan's attack. Zhuan narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand. The power of his saint body erupted. The golden light covered his right arm, and in an instant his right arm became vast and terrifying. He grabbed the escaping burning flame nectar in his palm. At the same time, the acupuncture points all over Zhuan's body suddenly opened. These acupuncture points were like lively mouths, constantly swallowing the surrounding burning flame nectar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although the phoenix phantoms formed by the burning flame nectar fled in panic, they couldn't resist the suction force at all. They were all absorbed by the acupuncture points. When all the burning flame nectar was absorbed by Zhuan's acupuncture points, Zhuan's face flushed red as if he had been holding his breath for a long time. It looked extremely strange. If one were to observe Zhuan's body, they would be able to notice that the meridians in Zhuan's body were almost completely filled with the burning flame nectar. The burning flame nectar was formed by the magma in the Earth's core, and it contained an extremely terrifying temperature. If an ordinary person were to absorb all 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar into their body like Zhuan, they would definitely explode and die because they couldn't withstand it. However, Zhuan was different. He had a saint body, and his body was terrifyingly tough. He could withstand the terrifying heat. At this moment, Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat cross-legged on the ground. His body began to rapidly refine the burning flame nectar, refining it into the purest form of energy that flowed into his dantian, constantly strengthening the saint energy in his body. Moreover, as he continued to refine the burning flame nectar's energy, wisps of white smoke began to rise above Zhuan's head. Days passed, and Zhuan had been sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave for more than a month. In the past month or so, Zhuan had been refining the burning flame nectar's energy almost every day, and with the continuous refining, the saint energy in his body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble! Suddenly, a thunderous sound burst out from Zhuan's body, and Zhuan abruptly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were bright and full of vigor, as if there was a god living in his eyes that could see through everything. A vast and incomparable power slowly surged from his body, and finally rushed to the top of his head and soared into the sky. The terrifying saint energy almost pierced through the black fog that lingered above the gully. Zhuan's aura also rose to a level that made people tremble in fear. It was as if Zhuan's every move had the power to shatter mountains and shatter the earth. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that another powerful existence has appeared in the gully? Not far from the surface of the gully, the Jia family members who were rebuilding their homes trembled all over after sensing the terrifying aura. Many of them even knelt on the ground with a plop. This aura was too terrifying, and it crushed their bodies, making them unable to resist. It was as if they could be crushed by this aura at any time. Fortunately, this aura came and went quickly. Very quickly, it disappeared without a trace. This caused many members of the Jia clan to heave a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, they were extremely puzzled about the identity of the owner of this aura. Zhuan slowly stood up, his eyes bright and his aura vast. At this moment, the nascent soul in his dantian had been completely shattered into countless pieces. Originally, the nascent soul should have looked like a miniature version of Zhuan's baby, but now it was shattered into pieces, as if it had been dismembered into thousands of pieces. It looked extremely strange. Although the nascent soul had been shattered, Zhuan didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, the saint energy in his dantian was even more powerful and endless. The fifth mystic of the profound saint stage, the shattering profound saint stage, actually shattered the nascent soul to obtain a greater capacity of saint energy. Feeling the surging saint energy in his dantian, Zhuan was pleasantly surprised. This saint energy was much more powerful than the fourth mystic's pure, profound saint stage. Although the most important nascent soul had been shattered, the quantity and quality of the saint energy had undergone a great transformation. No wonder the fifth mystic of the profound saint stage was called the shattering profound saint stage. Moreover, Zhuan knew that the shattered fragments of the nascent soul in his dantian would gather again when he advanced to the quintessential saint stage and finally form a golden yuan dan. The yuan dan was tougher than the nascent soul, and the saint energy it could contain was also more vast. It could be said that Zhuan's dantian was a kind of container, a container that could contain all the energy in his body. It was true that it could increase one's strength and absorb more energy, but it was more important to have a container that could contain more energy. Think about it. If you absorb a lot of energy, but your body couldn't contain so much energy, then the energy would only be wasted when it was absorbed into your body, and you wouldn't be able to use it. After breaking through to the Xian-shattering saint realm, Zhuowen was confident that even if he didn't rely on heaven-defying saint treasures, he could still fight against a sky saint realm saint. Of course, it was still difficult for Zhuowen to defeat a sky saint stage saint. Although his cultivation had reached the shattering profound saint stage and his physical body had reached the great success saint physique, it was still difficult for him to defeat a sky saint stage saint. However, Zhuowen had only achieved the great success holy body for a short period of time. Even though he had cultivated the first 3 turns of the 9-turn golden pattern, which made his great success holy body far more powerful than a beginner great success holy body, there was still a limit to how powerful it could be. After all, the saint body needed to be strengthened step by step. A treasured sword needed to be sharpened. If a treasured sword wanted to become sharp and tough, it needed to go through many years of forging and a suitable secret technique. The same was true for the saint body. If Zhuowen didn't have the appropriate herbs to train his physique, then it would be very difficult for him to quickly train his saint body to perfection. After arriving at the cave seal, Zhuowen stared at the seal in front of him. There were 9 glittering golden patterns on the surface of the seal. Each of the 9 golden lines was like a small sun, blazing and dazzling. Moreover, each of the golden lines was extremely mysterious. They faintly revealed a sharpness that gave one the feeling of a sharp sword cutting through one's throat. The first mountain god is indeed the founder of the 9-turn golden pattern. The power of the 9-turn golden pattern that he drew is really terrifying. Feeling the terrifying power of the 9-turn golden pattern in front of him, Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh. There was no doubt that the 9-turn golden pattern in front of him was much more powerful than the 3 golden patterns he had drawn before. For example, the golden pattern in front of him was as bright as the moon, while the golden pattern on the surface of Zhuowen's body was as dim as the light of a firefly. I don't know if the 3 golden patterns on my body can really cause the seal to resonate. After all, both of them come from the same source. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Then, the 3 golden patterns on his body burst out with a blazing golden light. The 3 golden patterns surrounded Zhuowen's body like the most loyal bodyguards. With the help of the 3 golden patterns, Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand. Then he was shocked to find that the seal formed by the 9-turn golden pattern in front of him was transparent in his right hand. His right hand directly went through it. Sure enough, the 9-turn golden pattern on your body and the 9-turn golden pattern on this seal come from the same source. So, as long as you use the power of the 9-turn golden pattern, you can cause the seal to resonate. It won't stop you from entering. Xiao He flew out of Zhuowen's sea of consciousness like a black lightning bolt. It then sat on Zhuowen's shoulder calmly, shaking its head as it spoke. Zhuowen nodded. Then he took a deep breath and took a step forward. Zhuowen entered the seal without any obstruction. The scene in front of Zhuowen was not unfamiliar to him. The scenery in front of him was filled with green mountains and clear waters. The mountains were like coiling dragons, and the mountain ranges were like serpents. Immortal mist filled the air, waterfalls flowed down, and old trees soared into the sky, their branches like mist. The scene in the Nether Corp's forbidden ground, looking from afar, looked like a paradise on earth. However, this paradise on earth was destroyed by the coffins that were everywhere. Some coffins were embedded in the walls, some were placed on the trees like bird nests, and there were also some that floated in the stream. It could be said that this paradise on earth was filled with coffins that could be seen everywhere. Of course, in the white mist-filled atmosphere, there was a faint deathly aura. This deathly aura was everywhere in the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. Xiao He, there are so many coffins here. Which one is more suitable for Chen Shui? Zhuowen looked at Xiao He on his shoulder and asked. Xiao He looked around and shook her head. This is only the outermost layer of the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. Most of the people buried here are profound sages, and there are even some half-step sages buried in some remote places. How can there be any good coffins here? Let's go deeper. Hearing this, Zhuowen's face turned cold. He could not help but think of his fearless appearance. At that time, he had directly charged into the deepest part of the Nethercorp's forbidden ground, the Tomb of the Gods. At that time, it was because of Xiao Hei's familiarity with this area that he did not encounter any great danger in the Nethercorp's forbidden ground and finally reached the Tomb of the Gods. But it was also because of this that he violated a taboo in the Tomb of the Gods and was chased by the tomb guards of the true immortal tomb. Don't worry, this Dragon Master will not let you fall into danger. I will not let you enter the Tomb of the Gods. Perhaps because she noticed Zhuowen's slightly ugly expression, Xiao Hei rubbed her chin and said with a mischievous smile, "Then, are you planning to go to the periphery of the Tomb of the Gods to look for suitable coffins?" Zhuowen asked curiously. Chapter 1592. Cave Master of Snow Lotus Cave Zhuowen was extremely cautious as he slowly ventured deeper into the serene corpse forbidden ground. He was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. Under Xiao Hei's guidance, Zhuowen passed through mountain after mountain, river after river, and forest after forest. After 3 days and 3 nights, he finally stopped at the top of a mountain. There was a huge plateau in front of the mountain. The top of the plateau was covered in white snow, as if it was covered in a layer of white gauze. At the center of the plateau stood a huge and majestic palace. In front of the palace stood a towering stone tablet. The surface of the stone tablet was densely engraved with words that Zhuowen could not understand. Furthermore, the words were not still. Instead, they were wriggling like tadpoles. It was an extremely strange sight. With her previous experience, Zhuowen didn't foolishly stare at the inscriptions on the stone tablet. He knew that the words on the tablet contained an extremely powerful divine might. If he stared at them, he might be directly affected by the divine might. Afterwards, Zhuowen looked at the 4 corners of the plateau. He saw that there were 4 huge tombs in the 4 directions of the central palace. Although the tombs were not as majestic as the central palace, they were much more luxurious and majestic than most of the burial grounds that Zhuowen had visited. 4 huge statues stood in the 4 tombs. The 4 statues faced the central palace and knelt on one knee as if they were worshipping the master of the divine tomb. The 4 tombs were the true immortal tombs, and the 4 statues were the tomb guards of the true immortal tombs. Last time, Zhuowen had said something that he should not have. In the end, one of the tomb guards chased after him, causing Zhuowen to flee in panic. In the end, if it were not for the first mountain god, Zhuowen would have been in deep trouble. Let's search around this plateau. As long as you don't say anything taboo, the Dao soldiers guarding these 4 true immortal tombs won't come out into the world. After all, every time they do, they will use up the energy stored within the true immortal tombs, Blackie said. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Immediately, he leaped down from the mountain peak and slowly walked along the edge of the plateau. There were various terrains on the edge of the plateau. There are mountains, plains, hills, forests, valleys, and so on. Zhuowen even saw a large desert. There was a huge stone tablet in every terrain. Behind the stone tablet was a tomb. The owners of the tombs were no ordinary saints. Zhuowen carefully walked past them. He discovered that most of the owners of the tombs were earth immortals. Occasionally, there would be tombs of heavenly immortals as well. In other words, every tomb was extremely powerful to Zhuowen. Tombs of earth immortals and heavenly immortals? Zhuowen's expression was slightly unsightly. Even if such an existence was dead, that strand of pressure was probably not something that Zhuowen could contend against at the moment. Moreover, with the personalities of the tomb owners, it was impossible for them not to set up powerful defensive measures or terrifying traps in their tombs. If Zhuowen accidentally stepped into one of these traps, he would probably be doomed with his current strength. That's... Zhuowen, who was originally walking on the road, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on the area in front of him, which was covered in ice and snow. The region spanning several dozen kilometers was covered in ice and snow. Snowflakes drifted through the air, just like the scenery of the northern kingdom. In this cold and snowy weather, there was a stone stele of ice and snow that was several hundred feet tall. Beside the stone stele stood a lifelike statue of a woman. The woman was as cold as ice. Her snow-white hair hung loosely on her shoulders. Her long skirt touched the ground. Her entire body was filled with a cold and elegant feeling. This statue should be the tomb owner's tomb guard. My initial estimation is that it probably possesses a trace of the Tao might of an earth immortal. Moreover, I'm not unfamiliar with the tomb owner of this tomb. Xiaohei rubbed his chin and chuckled as he looked at the tomb that stood silently in the ice and snow from afar. "Oh, you know him?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. "Yes, the tomb owner of this tomb is the tomb of the cave master of a rather powerful force called the Snow Lotus Cave in the Heavenly Armor Continent 30,000 years ago. If I'm not wrong, this cave master ought to be the 37th cave master. He's also the one with the greatest talent and the strongest cultivation among all the previous cave masters of the Snow Lotus Cave. He's the only Earth Immortal Saint Stage expert among all the previous cave masters of the Snow Lotus Cave. However, the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave offended an existence that he shouldn't have offended, so he was pursued all over the world. In the end, he suffered a heavy injury and was on the verge of death. The Snow Lotus Cave paid a great price to bury him in the Nether Corpse extremity. The forces of the Snow Lotus Cave declined later on. In the end, it completely vanished in the River of Time during the calamity 10,000 years ago. Xiaohei spoke tirelessly. He was extremely familiar with the tomb of the Snow Lotus Cave. "Speaking of which, the coffin of the Snow Lotus Cave's cave master is more suitable for your little lover. However, it's slightly difficult for you to obtain the coffin of the cave master with your strength," Xiaohei continued. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. Most of the dead people buried in the outer area of the divine tomb were earthly immortals and heavenly immortals. These were terrifying existences that could summon the wind and summon the rain when they were alive. Even if they were dead, the trace of pressure that leaked out from them was not something that Zhuowen could endure. However, this dragon lord has a method that can temporarily lure the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave away. At that time, you only need to obtain the coffin inside, Xiaohei suddenly said. "What method?" Zhuowen's eyes flickered with a bright light. "Follow me to a place first. When we arrive, I'll tell you the specific method in detail." Xiaohei kept Zhuowen in suspense. Then, he jumped down from Zhuowen's shoulder and flew in another direction. After a while, Xiaohei arrived at a pitch-black swamp. The swamp was surrounded by a dense black forest. Black bubbles kept rising from the surface of the swamp, which was filled with a dense death qi. Looking at the swamp, Zhuowen was puzzled. He did not know why Xiaohei brought him here. Could it be that there was something mysterious about this place? Xiaohei's small eyes revealed a dignified expression. He turned into a puff of black smoke and flew above the swamp. Then, he let out a shrill cry and dived into the depths of the swamp like a swimming fish. Although Zhuowen had many doubts in his heart, he did not voice them out directly. Instead, he waited silently. He knew that Xiaohei naturally had his reasons for doing so. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly felt that Xiaohei probably had his own motives for encouraging him to enter the Serene Corpse Extremis. Other than helping him find a suitable coffin for Mu Qinxue, he probably had his own motives. As for what his motives were, it was likely related to the black swamp in front of him. Zhuowen did not have to wait for long. Magnificent waves began to surge from the surface of the black swamp in front of him. Pillars of water soared into the sky and sprinkled down from the sky, forming layers of black rain that fell on the ground. Amidst the endless black rain, something seemed to be trying to break out from the depths of the swamp. Zhuowen looked over and was stunned to see a giant coffin slowly emerging from the swamp. This giant coffin was only the tip of the iceberg, but Zhuowen was deeply shocked by it. This coffin was simply too big. Even the small part of it that was exposed above the water surface was like a small mountain. The impression it gave to Zhuowen was that it was enormous. Whoosh! Endless waves surged up from the swamp. As the giant coffin continued to rise, the surface of the swamp became even more turbulent. When the giant coffin completely appeared in front of Zhuowen's eyes, Zhuowen's heart trembled. This giant coffin was simply too big. At a glance, there seemed to be no end to it. Zhuowen estimated that this giant coffin was at least several dozen feet in size. It was like a giant mountain lying in the air. On top of the giant coffin, Xiaohei stretched out its little paw and gently stroked the patterns on the surface of the coffin. A complicated look appeared in its eyes, as if it was recalling something. How many years has it been? I didn't expect this ancient coffin to still be here. Xiaohei muttered to itself. At this moment, Zhuowen began to carefully examine the giant coffin that was floating in front of him. The four sides of the giant coffin were clearly defined, and each side was fastened with chains. On the surface of the giant coffin, there were various patterns engraved. However, upon closer inspection, these patterns were actually a giant dragon totem with its wings spread out. Moreover, this giant dragon totem was extremely similar to Xiaohei's original body. Xiaohei once said that its physical body was almost destroyed 10,000 years ago. Out of desperation, it buried itself in the nether corpse forbidden ground in hopes of prolonging its life. However, due to its severe injuries, Xiaohei eventually gave up on its physical body and its soul left the nether corpse forbidden ground. At this point, Zhuowen's eyes shone with a sharp light. He had a vague idea of what this giant coffin was. Kid, you're right. This giant coffin is called the Abyss Dragon Coffin. When this Lord Dragon's aura was still present, this Lord Dragon wantonly plundered the resources of the Central Plains to create this giant coffin. This Lord Dragon's body is also buried in this giant coffin, Xiaohei said with a look of reminiscence. Plundered? Zhuowen's eyes twitched. It seemed that Xiaohei was a ruthless person back then. Even when it was injured, it still plundered the Central Plains without restraint. Moreover, it seemed that it was only natural for it to do so. The Abyss Dragon, Holy Dragon, was probably very powerful back then. Even if it plundered, no one dared to oppose it. It's already been several thousand years. I wonder what happened to this Lord Dragon's body. Xiaohei asked with a complicated gaze. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhuowen also rushed to the side of the giant coffin with a curious look. Then, he gently pushed the lid of the coffin with his right hand as if he wanted to open it. Kid, this Lord Dragon coffin was personally sealed by this Lord Dragon. You won't be able to open it, Xiaohei said with a frown. However, just as Xiaohei finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound. The seemingly airtight lid of the coffin actually slowly opened a crack. Black lines appeared on Xiaohei's face when he saw this. Chapter 1593. Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin. The corner of Xiaohei's mouth twitched. He was dumbstruck. Perhaps even he did not expect this scene to happen. There doesn't seem to be any seal on the coffin. Zhuowen stared blankly at the giant coffin that had been opened a crack. How is this possible? Before this Dragon Lord left, I did indeed seal this giant coffin. How could this be? Xiaohei roared and waved his little claws. Immediately, the coffin lid was lifted up, revealing the pitch-black world inside the coffin. Without a doubt, there was nothing inside the giant coffin. Not to mention the dragon corpse, there was not even a mosquito. Xiaohei was stunned. Even Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the dragon corpse was stolen? Zhuowen asked in confusion. Blackie's expression was extremely ugly. The dragon corpse was his physical body. Although his physical body had almost collapsed and could not be restored due to the great battle 10,000 years ago, it was still his physical body in any case. If it was taken away by someone else just like that, it was undoubtedly provoking him. After being silent for a long time, Xiaohei took a deep breath and roared at the sky. F***CK, 18 generations of your mother. You F***king bastard thief. One day, this Dragon Lord will find you and dig up the ancestral graves of 18 generations of your ancestors. Mother of Asterisker, you dare to provoke this Dragon Lord and even take away this Dragon Lord's dragon corpse. One day, I will make sure that all 18 generations of your ancestors will not be able to rest in peace." Xiao He almost went berserk. His saliva flew everywhere as he cursed continuously. He was flustered and exasperated. His curses were extremely unpleasant to the ears, causing Zhuowen, who was listening from the side, to feel a little embarrassed. He muttered in his heart, "When did this Xiao He learn to curse so much?" Not long after, Xiao He slowly calmed down. However, from the hair all over his body that was constantly standing on end, it could be seen that this fellow's anger had not subsided. Although its physical body was on the verge of collapse, and it could not be used, it was still its physical body. It would not be in a good mood if it was stolen just like that. Fortunately, Xiao He did not lose its rationality. Its little eyes kept darting around as if it was thinking about something. In the end, it sighed softly and said helplessly, "Looking at the seal on the surface of this giant coffin, I'm afraid that it has been broken for nearly 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, I don't know which bastard stole this dragon's corpse." At this point, Xiao He gnashed her teeth in anger. In the end, there was nothing she could do. After all, her soul had already left her body, and she no longer had any connection with her physical body. "Is there any way to find her body?" Zhuowen asked. Xiao He shook its head and said, "Although that was my original physical body, it was a pity that my soul had already completely lost its connection with my physical body when I left my body. Therefore, upon hearing this, Zhuowen knew that it was almost impossible for Xiao He to find his dragon corpse. After all, no one knew who had stolen his dragon corpse. The tomb closest to my tomb is the tomb of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. It seems like I have to ask the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave if I want to know the whole story. Zhuowen, listen to me later. I guarantee that you will be able to successfully obtain the coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave." Although Xiao He was furious, it did not lose its rationality. It secretly transmitted its voice to Zhuowen for a while before it entered the giant coffin with a swoosh and closed the giant coffin. "Brat, remember what I said. When the time comes, you have to act quickly. Although this Dragon Lord's coffin still has the power from back then, after such a long time of precipitation, coupled with the fact that the seal inside has been forcibly broken, I'm afraid it won't last for long." Xiao He's voice slowly sounded out. Soon after, the giant coffin suddenly floated in the air. An earth-shaking dragon roar erupted from the giant coffin. Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the patterns on the surface of the giant coffin seemed to have come alive as they emitted a terrifying ink-black light. The ink-black light grew increasingly dense. Finally, it soared into the sky and transformed into a giant dragon shadow. From the shape of the dragon shadow, one could tell that it was the silhouette of the Abyss Saint Dragon. The dragon shadow swooped down and carried the giant coffin towards the tomb of the Snow Lotus Cave. Soon, it entered the region of ice and snow. Creak! The stone tablet erected in the tomb of the Snow Lotus Cave suddenly erupted with light. Soon after, the statue of the ice-cold woman suddenly moved. The ice-cold woman's statue opened her eyes. She coldly stared at the giant coffin carried by the giant dragon shadow and said in a deep voice, "The Abyss Saint Dragon, why have you come to my tomb? You are in the dead swamp, and I am in the region of ice and snow. The two tombs have not interfered with each other. What is the meaning of this?" Rumble. The giant coffin suddenly soared through the air and violently smashed in front of the tombstone. The giant coffin was so big that the tombstone only took up 1% of the giant coffin. It looked like an ant. Even the tomb guards of the Snow Lotus Cave's tomb and the ice-cold woman statue were insignificant compared to the enormous coffin. A mere tomb guard has no right to speak in front of me. Scram! An unrestrained voice was emitted from the huge coffin. Immediately, the dragon roared at the sky. It suddenly opened its mouth and ruthlessly bit at the Tao soldier guarding the tomb with the intention of devouring it. The ice-cold woman statue was expressionless. Seeing the dragon shadow attack, she stretched out her hand and countless icicles condensed and shot towards the dragon shadow. Unfortunately, the dragon shadow's power was too terrifying. The icicles shot out by the ice-cold woman statue were destroyed like mud entering a river. Then, the dragon shadow's huge body suddenly swept up the ice-cold woman statue and completely engulfed it. The moment the tomb guard was destroyed by the dragon shadow, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the depths of the Snow Lotus Cave's tomb. The aura became more and more terrifying. In the end, the entire world of ice and snow began to sweep up, turning into a terrifying snowstorm. Even the nearby cemeteries were affected by the terrifying snowstorm. Zhuowen, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the earth-shaking snowstorm and couldn't help but tremble with fear. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was indeed an earthly, immortal saint when she was alive. Just the power that leaked out was already so terrifying. Of course, what surprised Zhuowen even more was that the supreme nether dragon coffin that Xiao He created when she was alive was actually able to let Xiao He display such terrifying power by relying on the trace of power left in the coffin. The tomb guards of the Snow Lotus Cave's tomb couldn't resist at all. Supreme Nether Dragon, don't you think you've gone too far? An extremely cold voice came from the depths of the raging snowstorm. Then, a 3-meter-wide ice coffin suddenly floated at the center of the snowstorm. The ice coffin was sparkling and translucent. Inside the ice coffin lay a beautiful ice-cold woman with her eyes slightly closed. The ice-cold woman looked somewhat similar to the tomb guardian Dao soldier. Most likely, the tomb guardian Dao soldier had been carved based on the ice-cold woman's appearance. Hee, you finally come out. This dragon lord has arrived, and you let a mere tomb guard welcome me. Aren't you looking down on this dragon lord too much? Xiao He said fearlessly. The ice coffin floated quietly above the snowstorm. She seemed to be afraid of Xiao He and didn't immediately attack. Speaking of which, the supreme nether dragon had been buried in the dark corpse forbidden ground 20,000 years later than her, but she didn't dare to be careless. She knew very well that the supreme nether dragon had forcefully opened the coffin and annihilated the original master of the dead swamp in order to seize the feng shui of the dead swamp. Moreover, the original master of the deathly swamp was even more famous than her when he was alive, and his strength was even greater than hers. Therefore, the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave did not dare to provoke the great Abyss Saint Dragon after he was buried in the deathly swamp. For nearly 10,000 years, the two neighboring tombs had coexisted peacefully. Now, the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was very surprised. Why did the supreme nether dragon suddenly come looking for her? When Xiao He's soul left his body, he did it very secretly. Therefore, the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave, who was the closest to the dead swamp, didn't realize that the dead swamp was actually a dragon corpse without a soul. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was silent for a moment before she said in a deep voice, "Speak. You should have come looking for me for no reason. Why do you come looking for me now?" Xiao He grinned and said, "Could it be that you didn't notice anything unusual about the deathly swamp during these 1,000 years? Or perhaps you didn't notice anyone coming to the deathly swamp?" Hearing this, the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave's closed eyes trembled slightly. In the end, she said softly, "I have been asleep for a very long time. Moreover, I didn't deliberately pay attention to the dead swamp. However, I do remember an incident from 1,000 years ago that left a deep impression on me." "What is it?" Xiao He quickly asked. "It was about 1,000 years ago. I remember that a group of people came to the serene corpse extremity. Moreover, their strength wasn't weak. The leader of the group was an earthly, immortal realm old man. At that time, this group of people came to my tomb. They actually planned to open my tomb and take the treasures in my tomb. However, I drove them away." The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave casually continued. "After this group of people failed, they quickly retreated. I remember that this group of people left for the dead swamp. If this group of people really entered the dead swamp, I believe that you know better than me what happened inside." Xiao He fell silent. Soon after, he continued, "Then do you know if this group of people had any special symbols?" The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave frowned slightly as if she was in deep thought. A moment later, she said, "If we're talking about special symbols, then there is one person in this group that left a deep impression on me. This person was blind, wore a wide robe, and was a very young girl. However, there was no energy fluctuation from this person's body. However, she was the central figure of this group of people. Everyone listened to her orders. Moreover, this person seemed to have the ability to predict the future. During the battle, due to this person's ability to predict the future, I was at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the fact that I was fighting with my life on the line, I'm afraid that I would have been in danger. That battle had almost consumed most of my lifespan." Chapter 1594. Tomb Robber has the ability to predict the future. Could it be that this person has a divination holy talisman? Xiaohei pondered. If someone had the ability to predict the future, it could only guess that it had something to do with the divination holy talisman. The ability to predict the future was extremely rare. Moreover, predicting the future was a heaven-defying ability. The person who had this ability must have something to do with the divination holy talisman. "I've told you everything I know. I think it's time for you to leave my territory, right?" The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave said coldly. He, of course." Xiaohei spoke in an ambiguous manner. Immediately, the surrounding dragon figures rushed out like a monstrous tsunami and instantly wrapped around the ice coffin. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave did not expect Xiaohei to suddenly attack. For a moment, she fell into Xiaohei's trap. "Great Nether Saint Dragon, you've gone too far." A furious voice rang out. Then, the dragon shadows that surrounded the ice coffin instantly shattered. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, who had been lying in the ice coffin, suddenly opened it. She stepped into the air and shot towards the giant coffin like an arrow. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Grotto was worthy of being an expert at the earthly immortal realm when he was alive. At this moment, the might he erupted with caused even Zhua, one who was watching from afar, to tremble in fear. This was a natural reaction when facing an expert. "Die!" The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave stretched out her hand. A cold wind blew. The cold air in the entire area transformed into a giant hand that covered the sky and slammed onto the great nether dragon coffin. Boom! The great nether dragon coffin was directly sent flying by the giant hand. Since Zhuoan was connected to Xiaohei, he could clearly hear Xiaohei's muffled groan. Obviously, this palm had caused quite a lot of damage to it. "Oof!" Xiaohei snorted coldly. Then, he took the great nether dragon coffin and turned into a ray of black light and disappeared. "You want to run after hitting me? Not so fast." The cave master of the Snow Lotus Grotto gnashed her teeth. She wished for nothing more than to pull out Xiaohei's tendons and peel off her bones. With a single step, she directly chased after the supreme nether dragon coffin. As the Snow Lotus Cave master had almost lost her mind, she did not understand why the great abyss holy dragon had not come out of the coffin to fight her. After all, being in the coffin greatly restricted one's strength. This was also the reason why the Snow Lotus Cave master had opened the coffin to pursue the great abyss holy dragon. Of course, opening the coffin once would greatly affect one's lifespan. If the Snow Lotus Cave's cave master wasn't flustered and exasperated, she wouldn't have chosen to open the coffin. After Xiaohei and the cave master of the Snow Lotus Grotto fled into the distance, a black shadow suddenly shot out from an inconspicuous and gloomy place. This black shadow was extremely swift, and its target was clear as it flashed towards the ice coffin. Rumble. However, when the black figure reached out his hand and touched the ice coffin, a gust of cold air flowed up his arm and into his body like maggots in a tarsal bone. "A mere ice coffin dares to show off?" The black figure snorted coldly. His right eye turned icy blue while his left eye turned fiery red. The two colors merged together, and the dark cold poison and 9 flames karmic fire were also released by the black figure. They merged into a huge palace of ice and fire in the air. The palace of ice and fire suddenly pressed down. Although the ice coffin tried its best to resist, it was only an inanimate object. Soon, the palace of ice and fire completely suppressed it. After doing all this, the black figure waved his right hand, and the palace of ice and fire shrank to the size of a palm before it flew into his palm. Let's go. After keeping the palace of ice and fire, the black figure swiftly left the place at lightning speed. Not long after the black figure left, the Snow Lotus Cave Master returned with a gloomy expression. The Great Abyss Holy Dragon was just too slippery. Although she had almost beaten the Great Abyss Dragon Coffin to a pulp, the Great Abyss Holy Dragon still managed to escape in the end. Don't let me see you again. If I find out that you've returned to the Dead Swamp, I'll make a clean break with you, even if I have to sacrifice the lifespan that I've accumulated over the years. The Snow Lotus Cave Master gritted her teeth as she flew to the frozen land at lightning speed. However, when she arrived at the frozen land, she was completely stunned. This was because the ice coffin that originally contained her body was nowhere to be found. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Snow Lotus Cave Master refused to believe it. She kept searching in the frozen land, and when she finally confirmed that her ice coffin was missing, she fell silent. This silence lasted for a long time before she almost roared. Great Abyss Holy Dragon, I'll never forgive you. This voice was extremely distant, and it almost spread across the entire serene corpse extremity. In a rather barren valley, a black figure carrying an ice coffin naturally heard the roar. His body involuntarily trembled, and his speed increased. I didn't expect the Snow Lotus Cave Master to return so quickly. I wonder how Xiao Hei is doing? This black figure was none other than Zhuan. He had taken advantage of the time when the Snow Lotus Cave Master was chasing after Xiao Hei to retrieve the ice coffin. This was the plan that Xiao Hei had told him earlier, and he had indeed successfully executed it. However, Zhuan was currently worried about Xiao Hei's situation. Although the Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin contained the pressure left behind by Xiao Hei when he was at his peak, the seal had been broken by someone before. Given Xiao Hei's current state, it would be difficult for him to face the Snow Lotus Cave Master. Swoosh! Just as Zhuan thought of this, a sonic boom suddenly sounded from the other side of the valley, alerting Zhuan. However, when Zhuan discovered the source of the sonic boom, the alertness on his face gradually receded. This was because the object flying towards him was the Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin. However, the surface of the Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin was currently covered in cracks, and it was completely dim. It looked like an old man in his twilight years. When the Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin arrived in front of Zhuan, the huge coffin completely shattered. A black figure flew out and landed on Zhuan's shoulder. Xiao Hei, are you all right? Zhuan looked at the exhausted Xiao Hei on his shoulder with a sliver of surprise in his eyes. He could not help but ask. Xiao Hei waved his hand and said, "That bitch is really serious. She actually kept chasing me. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not in good condition right now, I would have beaten her up long ago. How could I allow her to be so arrogant?" As he spoke, Xiao Hei's gaze landed on the ice coffin on Zhuan's back. He laughed gloatingly. "However, it's a good thing that you took back that bitch's ice coffin. This Dragon Lord's efforts were not in vain. This time, I'm going to anger that bitch to death. Since you've obtained the ice coffin, it's time to go back, right?" Zhuan asked. "Yes, you're right. It's time to go back. However, what's infuriating is that this Dragon Lord's dragon corpse was stolen by someone. It's really infuriating." Thinking of the empty Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin, Xiao Hei's expression became a little ugly. His dragon body was inside, and it was stolen just like that. Xiao Hei was flustered and exasperated. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an extremely violent rumbling sound faintly came from the ground. Following that, an intense battle could be heard in the distance. What's going on? There seems to be a battle ahead. Zhuan narrowed his eyes and stared ahead. That seemed to be where the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was. Could it be that the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave had discovered that the ice coffin was missing and went crazy? That's the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave? Zhuowen raised his head and immediately saw an ice-cold lady in a snow-white dress hovering in the sky. Her eyes were still closed, as if she was in a deep sleep. The instant the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was hovering in the sky, several black figures with terrifying auras suddenly rushed out from below. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was immediately surrounded by these black figures with terrifying auras. There were a total of 9 people in this group. Each of them had a terrifying aura, giving Zhuowen an extremely dangerous feeling. Something worthy of mentioning was that the leader of the 9 people was a gray-robed old man with a withered figure. His gaze was sharp like a hawk's as he stared coldly at the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, and it actually caused the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave to reveal a fearful expression. This gray-robed old man isn't simple. His aura is even more exuberant than the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. He's an old monster at the earthly immortal saint stage. Moreover, the 8 cultivators following by this old man's side are all saints at the heaven-defying saint stage. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder, and its gaze had become extremely heavy. An earthly immortal saint stage and 8 saints at the heaven-defying saint stage. Isn't this lineup too terrifying? Could it be that these 9 people are also dead people that were buried in the Nether Corpse Extremis? Zhuowen spoke with extreme surprise. No, they're all living people. Moreover, they ought to be living people that came in from the outside world. I just don't know exactly why they've come in. Xiao He shook its head. Zhuowen had really never seen an earthly immortal saint stage expert. Now, this gray-robed old man that gave him extreme pressure from afar was an earthly immortal realm expert, and it was absolutely shocking to Zhuowen. Moreover, this wasn't a dead person from the Nether Corpse Extremis, but a living person with exuberant vital energy and blood. Zhuowen licked his slightly dry lips and said to Xiao He, should we approach and observe the situation now? At this moment, a wisp of burning desire surged out from Zhuowen's eyes. The person before him was an earthly immortal realm expert, and he'd never seen such an expert. If he was able to observe the battle between such experts, then it could be said to be extremely beneficial to him, and it might even be helpful to his advancement into the immortal saint stage in the future. Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen. How could it not know what Zhuowen was thinking at this moment? After pondering for a moment, Xiao He said in a deep voice, "The earthly immortal realm expert is too powerful. If you don't conceal your presence well, then it'll be very easy for him to sense you. At that time, you'll really be in trouble." Zhuowen's face fell at this point. He knew that since Xiao He had said that, then there was probably no hope. However, the Supreme Abyss Dragon Coffin can still be used. Stick the fragments of the coffin around you and conceal your presence completely. Perhaps you'll be able to avoid the detection of the earthly immortal realm expert, but you have to be careful. Xiao He changed the topic. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly when he heard that. He hurriedly put away the ice coffin into his spirit ring and collected the fragments of the Supreme Abyss Dragon Coffin. Under Xiao He's guidance, he stuck them all around his body. At the same time, he used a concealment technique to deeply conceal his presence. Let's go. Chapter 1595. Prophet clammed behind a rock wall about 1,000 meters away from the frozen world. Zhuowen stopped and completely concealed his aura. Through a crack, Zhuowen looked at the 10 people facing each other in the frozen world. To be more precise, the 9 of them had completely surrounded the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. However, the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave had an extremely gloomy expression on her face. "It's you again? You came here more than 1,000 years ago. Why are you here again today? What's the meaning of this?" The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave looked past the 9 people and finally stopped at a petite figure at the bottom. The petite figure was a lowly who looked to be about 12 years old. The lowly's eyes were closed and her aura was weak. She was like an ordinary person without any cultivation base. Behind the 12-year-old lowly stood a tall and straight middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's aura was also extremely powerful. Although it was not as powerful as the gray-robed old man, it was much more powerful than the 8 heaven-defying saint stage experts. Zhuowen also looked at the lowly with a puzzled expression. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave seemed to be more afraid of the lowly than the gray-robed old man. Could it be that the lowly, who looked like an ordinary person, was even more terrifying than the gray-robed old man? The lowly stood quietly on the spot and did not answer at all. Instead, the gray-robed old man said indifferently, "Cave master of Snow Lotus Cave from 30,000 years ago, our prophet clan has some matters that we need your cooperation with. We hope you can make a trip back to the Central Plains with us." The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave's face immediately turned gloomy. She looked around and said coldly, "1,000 years ago, you guys went to the Dead Swamp and were refused entry. Now you're targeting me? Do you think I'm easier to bully than that shameless snake? This be asterisk TCH. How dare she call me a shameless snake? How hateful!" Xiao Hei's indignant voice suddenly sounded in the sea of consciousness. "Are you talking about the great Nether Saint Dragon in the Dead Swamp? We didn't get the cold shoulder. The only thing left of the great Abyss Holy Dragon was a collapsed dragon corpse. Even its soul is gone. I'm afraid the burial failed, causing its soul to collapse." The gray-robed elder shook his head. When they first entered the Dead Swamp, they thought that it would take some effort to get rid of the great Nether Holy Dragon, but they didn't expect that there would only be an empty dragon corpse inside. It was just that the seal of the great Nether Dragon coffin took some effort. What? That shameless snake, only great Nether Saint Dragon corpse? You're lying, right? Didn't I see that shameless snake provoking me with the supreme Nether Dragon coffin? The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave snorted coldly. The gray-robed elder shook his head. He did not wish to waste his breath with the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. He continued, "I don't wish to waste my breath with you. I believe that with our current lineup and your current condition, it is impossible to stop them. Even if you do your best to resist, I'm afraid that it will be useless. At that time, you will only waste the lifespan that you have accumulated with great difficulty." Translation is translation. The Lord, the Lord Master. You have no other choice. The gray-robed old man said coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the terrifying aura in his body erupted like a volcano that was ready to erupt. Under the aura, the surrounding space within a few thousand feet turned into a vacuum. Everything came to a standstill. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the 8 heaven-defying Saint Realm martial artists joined forces. Various power of law, accompanied by saint energy, burst out from their hands. The power of the 10 people gathered together and formed a huge net in the sky. It suddenly enveloped the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave snorted coldly. She stomped her foot, and a terrifying snowstorm swept out from the void behind her. It was vast and mighty, forming several terrifying snowstorm giants. There were a total of 4 blizzard giants, and each of them was indomitable. The 4 blizzard giants punched out together, and the space exploded. The power of ice and snow spread out, and even the space seemed to be frozen. Rumble! 4 snow giants blasted out at the same time and smashed into the net formed by the saint energy. Then there was a terrifying explosion, and the space shook. The net was on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any time. Swoosh! However, the gray-robed old man stepped into the void, and a skinny claw pressed down on the net. Instantly, terrifying celestial saint force gathered on the net. The originally shaky net suddenly became much more tenacious and terrifying. It covered the 4 berserk giants and pressed them down. The berserk giants even knelt on the ground, as if they couldn't withstand the heavy pressure. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave's face changed drastically. She pointed her jade-like hands at the 4 snowstorm giants. Rumble! The snowstorm giants roared and exploded one after another, forming a terrifying snowstorm. In an instant, The net that had become even more tenacious was shattered into pieces. The snowstorm became more and more terrifying. It swept across an area of a few hundred miles and affected the nearby tombs. Fortunately, the owners of the tombs were not ordinary people. Under the orders of the owners of the tombs, the soldiers guarding the tombs used their superpowers to block the aftermath of the snowstorm. Thud, 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 thud. 8 heaven-defying saints groaned as they were pushed back by the violent snowstorm. They were pushed back by hundreds and thousands of steps. On the other hand, the gray-robed old man took dozens of steps back as he squinted his eyes. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave is not simple. I guess she was one of the best in the earthly immortal realm when she was alive. Looking at the increasingly terrifying snowstorm, Zhuowen was moved. This snowstorm was enough to tear an ordinary heavenly saint into pieces. Even with Zhuowen's phenomenal saint body, it would be difficult for him to face such a terrifying snowstorm. As the snowstorm became larger, the figure of the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was completely submerged in it. It was impossible to see her figure clearly. Break through this snowstorm. Hilao moved 20 steps to the left, 100 steps forward, and 50 steps deeper. Use all your strength, and the snowstorm will break by itself. A tender voice suddenly rang in the empty space. The owner of the voice was none other than the Lolita, who was standing not far away. The strange thing was that the gray-robed old man cupped his hands respectfully at the Lolita. Then, he followed the Lolita's instructions and moved 20 steps to the left, 100 steps forward, and entered the deepest part of the snowstorm. Fortunately, the gray-robed old man's strength was profound. The celestial saint power covered his body and blocked the powerful tearing force of the terrifying snowstorm. After about 10 breaths, the terrifying snowstorm suddenly came to a stop. Soon after, the snowstorm, which had been constantly spreading, finally stopped spreading and collapsed. With a muffled groan, the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave flew out in a sorry state. The 8 of you will form an octagonal formation and stand in 8 directions around the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave. Intercept her from the left front. She's at her weakest now. Use your strengths to attack her weaknesses. The Lolita spoke again. The 8 saints of the heaven-defying saint stage did not object. They dashed out and transformed into 8 figures. They formed an octagonal formation and intercepted the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave from the left front. Just like what the Lolita had said, the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was indeed at her weakest now. She had not recovered from the snowstorm yet. Unexpectedly, the 8 of them took advantage of this opportunity. Hilao, take out the immortal binding rope. Be quick. The lowly spoke again. The gray-robed elder did not dare to be negligent. He took out an ordinary-looking rope from his spirit ring. However, the moment the rope was thrown out by the gray-robed elder like a snake, countless shadows of the rope filled the sky, forming thousands of shadows. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could even react, she was tightly bound by the immortal binding rope and could not move at all. What's the origin of this group of people? They actually captured the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave so easily. Also, what's the origin of that little girl? She actually saw through the flaw of the snowstorm cast by the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave with just a glance. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen was shocked. He knew clearly how powerful the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was and how terrifying the snowstorm was. However, it was all destroyed under this little girl's guidance. Without a doubt, the little girl's guidance hit the nail on the head. Damn it! These people must be the group of people who took away my dragon corpse 1,000 years ago. In the Sea of Consciousness, Xiao He said with an extremely ugly expression. Previously, the gray-robed old man mentioned the Prophet clan. This group of people should be from that so-called Prophet clan. Isn't this Prophet clan one of the 9 great Saint Talisman clans in the Central region? Moreover, it's said that it's a great force that possesses the mysterious Prophet Saint Talisman. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Although he had never set foot in the Central region, His sea of consciousness was inherited from the Baifeng. The Baifeng came from the central region and had some understanding of the general situation in the central region. Zhuowen understood that the Prophet clan was one of the 9 great Saint Talisman clans from the Baifeng's memories. Moreover, from the Baifeng's memories, the Prophet clan was much more mysterious than the other Saint Talisman clans. In particular, the Prophet clan had always been feared by other forces because of the Prophet's Saint Talisman that they possessed. In the Prophet clan, there was a little girl who was conferred the title of goddess by the entire clan. It was said that this little girl could communicate with the Prophet's Saint Talisman since she was young. From that, she could predict the future. She knew astronomy, geography, ancient and modern. Moreover, it was said that ever since the goddess came into contact with the Prophet's Saint Talisman, her body stopped developing and she remained in the state of a little girl. Other than that, the goddess had also paid the price of being blinded. However, her divination abilities were renowned throughout the entire Middle Earth, attracting many powerful beings from other major powers who wanted to do something. They would all ask this little girl to divine their fortunes. However, the goddess of the Prophet clan was extremely arrogant. Her divination depended entirely on her mood. If she was in a bad mood, even if an old monster of the celestial sage level came to beg for mercy, she would not pay any attention to him. Chapter 1596. Prediction, Saint Talisman. Prediction, Saint Talisman. It's the most mysterious Saint Talisman among the 9 great Saint Talismans. It's said that this Saint Talisman allows its owner to understand the past and present, predict the future, and predict the future. It's an extremely terrifying Saint Talisman, Xiaohei said solemnly. Just think about it. How heaven-defying was it to be able to predict the future and predict the future? With this ability, one could completely seek fortune and avoid calamity. It was even to the extent that one could predict the opponent's flaw in advance during a battle and defeat a strong enemy in one fell swoop. This was also why this little girl was able to see through the flaw of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave with a glance during the battle earlier, and helped Lao and the 8 heaven-defying saints to quickly capture the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. If it wasn't for the little girl's reminder, even Lao and the 8 heaven-defying saints would have to spend more effort to capture the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. After Lao captured the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, he stepped on the void and swept to the front of the little girl. He said respectfully, "Lady Goddess, how should we deal with this person? Bring her back to the clan. I have my own uses for her." I don't know why the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave actually came out of her tomb. This allowed us to take advantage of the loophole and capture her. Yin Tianwei closed her eyes. Her expression was calm like water, but there was a trace of doubt in her tone. These tomb masters usually hid in the depths of their tombs and rarely came out. If the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave sealed herself in the depths of her tomb, it would be difficult for Yin Tianwei to get her out even if she had the ability to predict the future. However, they encountered the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave not long after they arrived here. Naturally, Yin Tianwei wouldn't let her go easily. The tomb guards of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave have been destroyed, and even her coffin is gone. Could it be that it was stolen? Lao's eyes flickered as he spoke with surprise. Yin Tianwei didn't say anything. Her eyelids were trembling while her right thumb was moving rapidly on the other 4 fingers. She looked like an old man who did fortune-telling on the streets. Her appearance was rather comical. However, Lao and the rest did not reveal any smiles. Instead, they revealed a solemn expression. They knew that Yin Tianwei was communicating with the divination Saint Talisman every time this happened. He was beginning to divine about the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. Following the continuous movement of Yin Tianwei's fingers, Zhuowen, who was hiding in the shadows, acutely sensed that a gray seal had faintly appeared between Yin Tianwei's brows. This gray symbol was very dim, but the aura it gave off was like the might of the heavens. Zhuowen took a look at it, and his entire body involuntarily trembled. Subsequently, He did not dare to take a second look. That's a strand of the divination Saint Talisman. This girl really is impressive. She can actually communicate with the divination Saint Talisman and use a strand of its power. Xiaohei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xiaohei knew much more about the 9 great saint symbols than Zhuowen did. The divination Saint Talisman was the most mysterious one among the 9 great saint symbols. It could connect the past to the present, to the past, to the future, to know life and death, and to predict good or bad luck. It could be said that the cultivator who possessed the divination Saint Talisman could completely know the danger in advance and avoid it in advance. The expert who possessed the divination Saint Talisman was far more difficult to deal with than the other 8 great saint symbols. Although the divination Saint Talisman was mysterious and powerful, its threshold was much higher than the other saint talismans. It was already very difficult for ordinary people to communicate with the divination Saint Talisman, let alone master it. Although the Prophet clan possessed the complete divination Saint Talisman, there had never been anyone who could master the divination Saint Talisman in the Prophet clan for thousands of years. However, Yin Tianwei was the only clansman who could communicate with the divination Saint Talisman in the Prophet clan for thousands of years. Moreover, she could use a portion of the divination Saint Talisman's power. It was precisely because Yin Tianwei could communicate with the divination Saint Talisman that her status in the Prophet clan was extremely high, even though her cultivation was mediocre or even immortal. Many higher-ups of the clan were respectful and reverent to her. This was also the reason why He Lao, who was an earthly immortal, had to be so humble and respectful to this little girl in front of him. After all, this little girl was the only one who could communicate with the divination Saint Talisman in the Prophet clan for thousands of years. Such an existence was even rarer than a celestial sage. How could their clan not value her? After about 20 breaths of time, Yin Tianwei stopped divining with her finger. She kept silent for a moment and said indifferently, "Just like what you said, He Lao. The coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was indeed stolen." So it was really stolen? However, who is so capable to actually force the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave to walk out of the tomb and even move the coffin away? He Lao's eyes were filled with surprise. In his opinion, if the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave didn't step out of the coffin voluntarily, even he would have a hard time separating the ice coffin from the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. After all, the ice coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was built 30,000 years ago by many almighty figures of the Snow Lotus Cave with a lot of resources. Its degree of toughness was far beyond his imagination. Even He Lao, who was an earthly immortal, might not be able to shatter the ice coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. He might not even be able to affect the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, who was inside the ice coffin. However, someone did it. He Lao couldn't help but ponder about the identity of the person who stole the ice coffin. That person is not far away from us. Yin Tianwei's tender and indifferent voice sounded again. Subsequently, her eyes slowly turned around and finally fell on the rock wall where Zhuowen was. Zhuowen looked through the gap and coincidentally met Yin Tianwei's eyes. Although Yin Tianwei's eyes were tightly closed, Zhuowen had an illusion that he was being stared at by Yin Tianwei. This illusion was inexplicable, but it was very strong for Zhuowen. Have I been discovered? A bad feeling rose in Zhuowen's heart. When Yin Tianwei looked in his direction, Zhuowen was extremely flustered. In particular, Yin Tianwei's final words caused the ominous feeling in Zhuowen's heart to grow even more intense. Yin Tianwei's behavior naturally attracted the attention of He Lao and the others. They didn't expect that there was someone hiding in the vicinity, but they didn't notice it before. Especially He Lao, whose face was slightly gloomy. Even he didn't notice it before. He was afraid that this hidden person wasn't simple. "Are you still not coming out?" Yin Tianwei's indifferent voice sounded. Instantly, Zhuowen, who was hiding behind the rock wall, had goosebumps. He knew that he had been discovered. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Zhuowen executed his movement technique and fled toward the exit of the serene corpse extremis. N, a little guy at the shattering, profound saint realm. When Zhuowen's fleeing figure appeared in front of everyone, Lao's eyes were like torches as he focused on Zhuowen. He was shocked to find that Zhuowen's aura was actually very weak. He was only at the shattering, profound saint realm, and he hadn't even reached the heaven saint realm. Zhao Ke, go and capture this guy. Originally, Lao intended to chase after Zhuowen. After all, in his opinion, this hidden person was definitely not ordinary if he could hide from his perception. But now, the aura of the shattering, profound saint realm on this person's body made Lao completely lose interest in this person, and he was too lazy to chase after him. Zhao Ke was a tall man, and he was one of the 8 heaven-defying saint realm experts. He licked his lips and immediately agreed. Immediately, he shot out like an arrow that had left the bow in the direction that Zhuowen had fled. His speed was so fast that it almost caused an intense and sharp whistling sound to rise in the air. Goddess, the one who stole the ice coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, shouldn't be this person, right? Lao walked to Yin Tianwei's side and said in a self-deprecating manner. Yin Tianwei frowned slightly and shook her head. The result of the divination just now is that the one who stole the ice coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave is this person. However, this person's cultivation is really too low. This, Lao revealed an embarrassed expression. In fact, what he wanted to say was how this person's cultivation level was so low. How did he manage to steal the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cavern? This person might have been killed by the tomb guards before he even got close to the cave master's tomb. Could Yin Tianwei's divination be wrong? Of course, he couldn't question the result of Yin Tianwei's divination. After all, questioning the goddess was the same as questioning the divination saint talisman. This was a great taboo in the clan. Maybe I should divine this person's past and future. It might be more accurate. Perhaps Yin Tianwei was also a little doubtful about the result of her divination. After all, the strength of the shattering, profound saint realm was too low. It was almost impossible to steal the coffin from the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave by relying on his own strength. Of course, if they knew that Xiao He was involved in this matter, they might not be so surprised. Speaking up to here, Yin Tianwei's right hand moved continuously, and the gray mark between her brows appeared again. At this moment, she started to divine Zhuowen's past and future. In 5 breaths of time, Yin Tianwei's face became extremely red. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. Her aura was weak. Goddess, what happened to you? Are you all right? Lao hurriedly went forward and supported Yin Tianwei, who was retreating. He stared at the latter with concern. He didn't expect Yin Tianwei to be in such a situation. Yin Tianwei waved her hand and said, "I'm fine. What happened just now? Goddess, why did you suddenly spit out blood? Could it be that there's something wrong with that person?" Lao placed his right palm on Yin Tianwei's shoulder and transmitted a gentle energy into her. Her originally unsightly expression instantly recovered a lot. There is something wrong, and it's a big problem. In my divination, this person's past and future are actually gloomy. I can't see through it at all. Originally, when I wanted to communicate with the divination saint talisman to further divine this person's matters, I was actually rejected by the divination saint talisman. Moreover, I was injured by the backlash. Speaking up to here, Yin Tianwei's face darkened. There was even a trace of horror in her eyes. This was the first time she had encountered such a backlash from the divination saint talisman. At the same time, she also knew that the divination saint talisman didn't have a problem with the saint talisman, but there was a problem with the target of her divination. Chapter 1597. Pursued swoosh. Swoosh. In the sky above the serene corpse impasse, 2 figures were chasing each other like arrows leaving the bow. Zhuowen's face turned slightly pale when he felt the terrifying aura behind him getting closer and closer. He did not expect the little girl to discover him, even though he had hidden himself so well. That little girl is the divine lady of the prophet clan. She has the ability to communicate with the divination saint talisman. She can use divination to deduce your location. It's not a problem for that divine lady, Blackie said in a deep voice. I've miscalculated. If I knew the little girl had the ability to divine, I would have fled long ago instead of walking into a trap. Zhuowen complained in his heart when he felt the murderous aura of the heaven-defying saint closing in on him. He regretted watching the battle of the Snow Lotus Cave Master out of curiosity. Although watching the battle of the earthly immortals gave him some inspiration, the feeling of being discovered and being chased was not too good compared to that. At this moment, Zhuowen had already unleashed the Void Law and the purple lightning wings. His speed had almost reached the fastest speed he had ever been in his life. Even so, he still could not shake off the heaven-defying saint behind him. At this moment, Zhao Ku, who was chasing after him, was even more shocked than Zhuowen. In his opinion, a fragmented profound saint was merely an ant-like existence. To him, he only needed a single palm to annihilate such an ant-like existence. However, he had already unleashed his fastest speed, but he still could not catch up with the little fragmented saint in front of him. To Zhao Ku, this was an absolute humiliation. You're really a little grasshopper that knows how to jump around. Let's see how long you can jump around for. Zhao Ku snorted coldly. He stepped on the void with his right foot and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. At the same time, he formed a seal with his right hand and slammed it on his chest. Instantly, a blazing light erupted from his body. Then, Zhao Ku's speed skyrocketed. As his speed skyrocketed, the distance between Zhao Ku and Zhuowen continued to shorten. In the end, the distance between the two of them was only about 20 meters. They were almost touching each other. You're just a fragmented, profound saint. You're actually able to persist for so long. You're not bad at all. However, this is the end. Staring at the young man who was fleeing in front of him, Zhao Shueka was disdainful. He then stretched out his right hand, and heaven-defying saint force burst out. Layers of saint force condensed in the void and formed a huge golden palm. Rumble. The golden palm descended from the sky like a massive mountain, rolling down. It was as though it wanted to annihilate Zhuowen entirely at this moment. How did this guy suddenly become so fast? Zhuowen also noticed Zhao Ku, who was only 20 meters behind him, and was shocked to the core. At this moment, he was still a few thousand meters away from the exit of the serene corpse extremity. To him, this distance could be covered in a few breaths. Unfortunately, Zhao Ku was already very close to him and had even launched such a terrifying attack at him. If he did not care, he would definitely be hit. As for the all-out attack of a heaven-defying saint, even if he had a saint physique, he would not be able to withstand it and would directly collapse. In desperation, Zhuowen waved his right hand and took out an ordinary-looking tile. He then injected his saint force into the tile. Suddenly, a blazing golden light burst out from the tile. The golden light soared into the sky and revealed a majestic shadow. This shadow suddenly punched out and heavily hit the golden palm. Rumble. An earth-shaking sound rang out. The golden palm directly exploded, and the majestic illusory figure staggered back a few hundred steps. The golden light on its body faintly dimmed. On the surface of the tile in Zhuowen's hand, traces of cracks appeared. This made Zhuowen's heart ache. He had used this heaven-defying saint treasure too many times. The saint connotation contained in it was much less than before. It was already very good that it could last until now. Let's go. The moment the majestic shadow collapsed the golden palm, Zhuowen did not stop. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he suddenly fled toward the exit. A heaven-defying saint was not someone he could compete with at the moment. Even if he used many of his trump cards, it was still impossible for him to be Zhao Ku's opponent. After all, the gap between the two of them was too big. A heaven-defying saint treasure? Zhao Ku stared at the majestic shadow in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that the little guy in front of him who was only at the mysterious shattering saint stage, would have a heaven-defying saint treasure. However, a mere heaven-defying saint treasure really can't stop me. Zhao Ke smiled coldly and waved his right hand. Unknowingly, a curved blade as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his right palm. The surface of the curved blade was as transparent as a mirror. The scenery on the other side could be seen through the blade. Moreover, this curved blade was not simple. There was a faint golden light flowing on the blade, as if there were golden stars hidden on the blade. Whoosh! Holding the curved blade, Zhao Ke moved in a mysterious trajectory and swept to the side of the majestic shadow in an instant. Then he stretched out his right hand and stabbed the curved blade at the shadow's chest at a tricky angle. The majestic shadow was connected with Zhuowen's mind. Seeing the curved blade sweeping over, the shadow stroked his right hand and suddenly blasted it. Then, the shadow caught the curved blade with one hand. Zhao Ke grinned. His smile was cruel and callous. With a wave of his right hand, the curved blade slashed out horizontally, and the palm of the illusory figure was cut in half. Slash! After the shadow's palm was cut, Zhao Ke's knife momentum changed again and again. Then, the curved blade slashed down from the top of the shadow's head at the speed of light. Suddenly, the shadow let out an extremely terrified howl and was directly cut in half. Crack! The moment the shadow was destroyed, the tile in Zhuowen's hand finally collapsed into countless fragments. Zhuowen's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He did not expect that the heaven-defying saint treasure would be dealt with so easily. At this moment, Zhuowen was still 1,000 meters away from the seal. He only needed 3 breaths of time to reach the seal. At that time, he only needed to pass through the seal, and it would be able to stop Zhao Ke. You can't escape. An indifferent and somewhat mocking voice slowly rang out from a distance. After Zhao Ke destroyed the phantasm, he stepped on the air and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Although he was still 1,000 meters behind Zhuowen, his curved blade was already slashing toward Zhuowen. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky. Soon after, the curved blade turned into a terrifying blade light and instantly arrived behind Zhuowen. This blade was enough to cut him in half. Spirit-devouring magma river, come out. Zhuowen knew very well that the curved blade in Zhao Ke's hand was definitely a heaven-defying saint artifact. Therefore, he directly summoned the spirit-devouring magma river. After all, only a heaven-defying saint artifact could contend with a heaven-defying saint artifact. Even if Zhuowen could not unleash the full power of the spirit-devouring magma river, he could at least block this heaven-defying saint artifact curved blade. Boom! The endless magma river burst out from Zhuowen's waist. In an instant, the temperature of the air became scorching hot. The magma river was like the world's most solid shield, blocking in front of Zhuowen. Bang! The blade light arrived in an instant and stood above the magma river, stirring up waves of magma. Although the blade light was indeed terrifying and constantly stirred the magma river, it did not completely break through the magma river's defense. Zhuowen snorted and took a few steps back. He blocked the magma river so that the blade light could not get close. At the same time, he also suffered from the rebound force of the blade light. The rebound force was not simple. Even now, it still made Zhuowen's chi and blood boil. Hurry up and leave. Zhuowen roared angrily. His eyes of ice and fire suddenly opened. 9 flames karmic fire and dark frost poison drilled out of his body at the same time. Under the control of his eyes of ice and fire, they formed a huge palace of ice and fire in the void. Rumble. The ice-fire palace was like a huge mountain as it came crashing down from the sky and smashed into the blade light. This caused the blade light, which had originally been wreaking havoc, to stop in its tracks. Taking advantage of this momentary pause, Zhuowen did not hesitate. The void law and purple thunder wings burst out at an unprecedented speed. He instantly disappeared from where he was and arrived at the seal's mouth. At this moment, the 9 golden runes at the seal's mouth were still releasing blazing golden light, like 9 small suns. Swoosh! Zhuowen waved his right hand and took back the soul-devouring magma river. The soul-devouring magma river turned back into a belt and wrapped around Zhuowen's waist. It looked extremely inconspicuous. Crack! At the same time, the Ice Fire Palace completely collapsed under the attack of the blade light. However, the blade light also seemed dim and on the verge of collapse. In the end, it collapsed. Swoosh! Taking advantage of this short period of time, Zhao Ku successfully arrived. He first glanced at the seal's mouth behind Zhuowen and then looked at Zhuowen. He was not in a hurry to capture Zhuowen. In his opinion, Zhuowen was at a dead end. He only needed to stretch out his hand to capture him. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Tell me where you came from. Also, why are you sneaking around the Seer clan, not far from the Seer clan? Zhao Ku looked at the young man in front of him with slight disdain. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was not in a hurry. The seal's mouth was right in front of him. If he wanted to enter it, he could do so. You are indeed from the Seer clan. How did you enter the Seer clan? This was something that Zhuowen had been wondering about for a long time. The Prophet clan had once come to this forbidden ground 1,000 years ago. Could it be that there were other entrances to this forbidden ground in the Central Plains apart from the one he was at? Chapter 1598. Zhao Ku's Deathruin was stunned. At the same time, he searched through the memories of the Bai Fong's sea of consciousness. Immediately, the memories of the 4 battlefields flooded into the depths of his mind. Although Zhuowen had inherited the Bai Fong's sea of consciousness and retained all of the Bai Fong's memories, the Bai Fong had lived for much longer than Zhuowen. The amount of memories in the Bai Fong's sea of consciousness could be described as vast. If Zhuowen wanted to take in all of these memories, his head would definitely not be able to handle it. He might even bleed from all of his orifices because of it. Therefore, Zhuowen would only look through the memories stored in the Bai Fong's sea of consciousness when he needed to know something. For example, the 4 battlefields that Zhao Ku mentioned this time. The 4 battlefields existed in the 4 borders of the Central Plains. These 4 battlefields were called the Great Een Battlefields, the Great Yang Battlefields, the Great Void Battlefields, and the Immemorial Battlefields. It was said that these 4 battlefields were established after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Moreover, from the Bai Fong's memories, Zhuowen faintly felt that the establishment of these 4 battlefields was inextricably linked to the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Of course, the Bai Fong's memories did not mention the specifics of the 4 battlefields. This was because the Bai Fong had never entered the 4 battlefields. It did not know much about the situation inside. It only knew that the 4 battlefields were suddenly established after the catastrophe. The Nethercorp's extremis might be an extremely unfamiliar place in the 4 major regions, but many cultivators in the Central Plains knew about it. The 4 battlefields all had entrances to the Nethercorp's extremis. However, to enter the Nethercorp's extremis through the 4 battlefields, one had to pay a huge price to enter. This price was not something that ordinary cultivators could afford. Only some major forces could afford. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Are you courting death? Zhao Ku's eyes were cold. He stepped forward step by step. The aura on his body was like a vast mountain that crushed toward Zhuowen, forcing Zhuowen to retreat step by step. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, the disdain in Zhao Ku's eyes grew even stronger. He slowly walked forward and said indifferently, "A fragmentation saint ant like you. Quickly kneel down and kowtow to me. Perhaps I will spare your life." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhao Ku indifferently. He said, "You're just a heaven-defying saint stage expert. What right do you have to make me kowtow to you? I'll cultivate for as long as you do. If I cultivate for as long as you do, I'm afraid you won't even be qualified to carry my shoes." As soon as he said this, Zhao Ku stopped in his tracks. Then he glared at Zhuowen, his whole body trembling with anger. Good. You've successfully infuriated me. Today, you'll definitely die. I'll cut you into 8 pieces and make you live a life worse than death, roared Zhao Carey. You talk too much nonsense. If you want to kill me, then hurry up and kill me. You're just chattering like a woman. You're not straightforward at all, shrugged Zhuowen and said with a mocking smile. Zhuowen's words and his attitude instantly caused Zhao Ku to be angered to the point of spitting blood. A mere ant at the shattering profound Saint realm actually dared to ridicule him in such an unbridled manner. This caused Zhao Ku to almost lose his mind. Die. In the end, Zhao Ku only spat out the word die. Then, Zhao Ku was like a fierce tiger that had been released from its cage. He swooped down and launched a terrifying attack. The curved blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It instantly swept towards Zhuowen's throat. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. Zhao Ku's attack gave him too much pressure. It was like a huge mountain crushing down on his back, causing Zhuowen's expression to change drastically. Swoosh! However, Zhuowen did not intend to clash head-on with Zhao Ku. He immediately summoned the 3 golden runes in his body, after which he took a step forward and directly entered the powerful seal formed by the 9 revolution golden split runes. In an instant, he disappeared. Rumble. The curved blade arrived in an instant. Unfortunately, it was still a step slower than Zhuowen. In the end, it slammed into the seal. Clang! The 9-turn golden split runes on the seal erupted with a blazing and dazzling golden light. Then, the curved blade that was slashing towards him flew backwards with a clang. In the end, it was stuck in the ground and did not move anymore. What? That little bastard passed through the seal? Zhao Ku's body trembled. He took a step forward and rushed to the side of the curved blade that was stuck in the ground. He pulled it out with a face full of disbelief. What the hell is going on? Zhao Ku came to the entrance of the seal with doubts in his heart. His right hand reached into the 9-turn golden split runes at the entrance of the seal. He immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger. This sense of danger was like a maggot that rushed straight to his head, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. Retreat. Zhao Ku's senses were quite sharp. However, the moment this sense of danger rushed to his head, he continuously retreated. His speed soared to the limit. However, it was too late. His saber had struck the 9 cycles golden splitting rune and caused the 9 cycles golden splitting rune to rebound. Swoosh! 9 dazzling golden runes suddenly peeled off from a seal. They split into 9 different directions and rushed toward Zhao Ku. Damn it! What exactly is this seal? It can actually rebound? Zhao Ku's expression was ugly. He twisted his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the curved blade. Soon after, he abruptly made a circle around his waist. The curved blade light shot out and turned into an arc that spread in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The arc-shaped blade light shot out in all directions and ruthlessly landed on the 9 golden runes. Soon after, sparks shot out like a sky full of stars. The sparks were like a meteor shower that constantly scattered in the air. The scene that they formed was extremely gorgeous. However, Zhao Ku was not in the mood to pay attention to such a scene. His expression was very ugly at this moment, because he realized that the arc-shaped blade light that the curved blade had scattered had been completely annihilated by the 9 golden runes. As for the 9 golden runes, they were like soldiers with great tacit understanding as they surrounded Zhao Ku. It was as if they wanted to completely crush Zhao Ku to death. Clang, clang, clang. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Ku's eyes. He pinched out a sword finger with his right hand and suddenly pointed it at his chest. Soon after, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood on the curved blade. Suddenly, the surface of the curved blade revealed a bright blood-red color, and a faint fishy smell was faintly emitted from the curved blade. Instant slash. Zhao Ku held the curved blade and quickly slashed out 9 times in the void. 9 rays of golden blade light that were wrapped in a blood-red color burst out. Each of the 9 rays of blade light was many times stronger than the one that Zhao Ku had scattered before. Each of the 9 rays of blade light seemed to be able to crush the world and explode the void. However, The moment the 9 rays of blade light swept over the 9 golden runes, Zhao Ku originally thought that the greatly increased power of the blade light this time would be able to resist the 9 golden runes. He did not expect that the moment the 9 rays of blade light touched the golden runes, they would collapse inch by inch. No, as the blade light collapsed, the 9 golden runes were very close and instantly fell on 9 positions around Zhao Ku. Zhao Ku used all of his skills and countless trump cards, but he was unable to stop the 9 golden runes from approaching. In the end, he was completely submerged by the 9 golden runes, leaving only a miserable cry. When the 9 golden runes returned to their positions, Zhao Ku's figure completely disappeared. Under the power of the 9 revolution golden split runes, not even his bones were left. Even the heaven-defying curved blade on his body was annihilated and disappeared. On the other side of the seal, Zhuowen quietly stared at Zhao Ku, who had been blasted to pieces by the 9 golden runes. He was extremely moved. He also did not expect the 9 revolution golden split runes to be so terrifying that Zhao Ku, who was at the heaven-defying saint stage, did not even have a chance to escape. Just how powerful is the first mountain god? Just the seal set up by the 9 revolution golden split runes was able to kill a heaven-defying saint stage expert. Zhuowen murmured softly, but there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. The power that the 9 revolution golden split runes had erupted was truly beyond his expectations. I can't see through the first mountain god either, but I know that the first mountain god probably has no intention of harming you. However, one must always be wary of others. It's better for you to pay more attention to the first mountain god, Xiao He said after some thought. Zhuo nodded. Xiao He was right. The first mountain god was indeed mysterious. Moreover, he always felt that the first mountain god had a lot of secrets. Although the first mountain god indeed had no reason to harm him, he still had to be careful. Let's go quickly. This person's death should be known by the prophet family very soon. Moreover, this master dragon also knows that this master dragon's dragon corpse was snatched by the prophet family. This master dragon will definitely settle this debt in the future. Blackie said. Zhuowen didn't intend to stay here for too long when he heard this. He took a step out and flashed out explosively like an arrow that left the bow, instantly leaving the cave and the ravine before flashing towards the southern barbaric lands. Not long after Zhuowen left, He Lao, who was still in the serene corpse impasse, had a drastic change of expression as he said, Zhao Ku's life tablet has shattered. What? Could it be that Zhao Ku is dead? It's impossible. Zhao Ku is at the heaven-defying saint stage. How could he die so easily? The rest of the prophet clan were also shocked. They could not believe such a fact. Who killed him? Could it be that Zhao Ku provoked a tomb owner with terrifying strength in the serene corpse impasse and was chased to death by that tomb owner? He Lao frowned and looked at Yin Tianwei. He knew that Yin Tianwei had the ability to predict the future and could definitely divine the cause of Zhao Ku's death. Not only He Lao, but the other saints of the prophet clan were also looking at Yin Tianwei as if they were consulting her. Yin Tianwei was not in a hurry. She stretched out her right hand again and began to make a divination gesture. After a while, Yin Tianwei's delicate body trembled slightly as she said, Zhao Ku was not killed by a powerful tomb owner. And, sacred lady, then how did Zhao Ku die? Could it be that he was killed by a puny, shattering, profound saint stage expert? Speaking of this, He Lao could not help but laugh. Obviously, he felt that this was a big joke. How could a shattering, profound saint stage expert kill a heaven-defying saint stage expert? Not only He Lao, but the others also shook their heads and laughed. Obviously, He Lao's speculation was not reliable. You are right. Zhao Ku's death is indeed related to that person. As for the specific cause of his death, I am unable to divine it, Yin Tianwei said seriously. Chapter 1599. Ice Coffin, Goddess, Do you mean that Zhao Ke was really killed by that shattering profound Saint Brat? Hilao asked with a trace of uncertainty. It was unbelievable that a shattering profound saint could kill a heaven-defying Saint Realm martial artist. It was almost beyond Hilao's imagination. The rest of the Prophet clan also looked incredulous. Yin Tianwei shook her head slightly and said, I only said that Zhao Ke's death was related to that person, but he wasn't killed by that person. I'm afraid it's impossible for a shattering, profound Saint Realm martial artist to kill a heaven-defying Saint Realm martial artist, even in the central region. I'm afraid that even the #1 prodigy of the Chaos Temple, Yuan Hongwan, who was known as the god descending from the sky, was only comparable to an ordinary heaven-defying Saint Realm martial artist when he was at the shattering, profound Saint Realm. It's almost impossible for him to kill a heaven-defying Saint Realm martial artist. Speaking of this, Hilao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were puzzled as to how Zhao Ke died. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Ke died not far from here. As Yin Tianwei spoke, she led everyone in the direction where Zhao Ke and Zhuan had gone. After a few hours, Yin Tianwei and the others arrived at the mouth of the seal formed by the 9 revolution golden split patterns. Hilao landed near the mouth of the seal and looked around with his sharp eyes. He said, Zhao Ke's traces disappeared here, and there are traces of a great battle here. Yin Tianwei moved her fingers and said indifferently, Zhao Ke died here, and from the result of my divination, Zhao Ke should have died under the 9 golden patterns on the seal. As for that person, he seemed to have passed through the seal and left. Speaking of this, Yin Tianwei's tone became a little uncertain. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the seal in front of them was not weak at all. How did that shattering, profound Saint Realm brat pass through the seal? This seal is strange. Let me have a try. Hilao's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He took a step forward and leaped up like a rock spreading its wings. He reached the seal in an instant. His right hand formed a claw, and a surge of celestial saint force gushed out and turned into a giant claw. He slammed it on the mouth of the seal. Rumble. When the giant claw blasted on the seal, the 9 golden patterns on the seal burst out with extremely horrifying golden light. Subsequently, the 9 golden patterns broke free from the seal and rushed at Hilao from 9 different directions. Hilao's figure was like an eagle. His hands formed into claws and waved in the void like a vigorous eagle. The sharp claws formed by the celestial saint force were extremely hard and could penetrate gold and split rocks. Clang, clang, clang. However, the moment Hilao made contact with the 9 golden patterns, he let out a muffled groan. The sharp claws formed by the celestial saint force were actually broken, and the 9 golden patterns were repelled for the first time. Hilao took dozens of steps back, but the 9 golden patterns didn't pursue him. Instead, they returned to the mouth of the seal and combined into 9 glittering golden patterns. This seal is not simple. Hilao stopped and panted as he stared at the seal with an extremely fearful gaze. It seems like Zhao Ke was killed by the rebound force of this seal. The power of the 9 golden patterns on the seal is extremely vast. Even Hilao was put in such a difficult situation by it. It should be more than enough to kill Zhao Ke. Yin Tianwei analyzed calmly. Everyone was enlightened, but Hilao frowned slightly and said, This seal is so terrifying. How did that puny, shattering, profound Saint Realm expert pass through it? Yin Tianwei's eyelids moved slightly as he said in a deep voice, If I'm not wrong, this person didn't enter the Nether Corpse Extremis from the passageway of the 4 battlefields, but from the mouth of this seal. The sealing power of this mouth of the seal is very powerful. The person who set up this seal is at least in existence of the celestial saint realm, and his strength is above Hilao's. As for the man at the shattering, profound saint realm, he probably knew about the loophole of this seal and used it to enter and exit the Nether Corpse Extremis freely. At this moment, Yin Tianwei's face was full of wisdom. He finally inferred the most reasonable conclusion from many clues. Of course, it was indeed the conclusion closest to the truth. Zhuowen did use the loophole of this seal, and this loophole was the 9-turned-golden crack pattern on Zhuowen's body that came from the same source as this seal. If it weren't for this loophole, Zhuowen might not have been able to escape from Zhao Ke's pursuit back then. Sacred Lady, are we just going to let it go like this? Zhao Ke died because of this person, someone said indignantly. Yin Tanwei shook her head slightly and said indifferently, "This person isn't from the central continent. With our current strength, we can't break this seal at all. Looking for this person is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Are we just going to let it go like this?" Someone said unwillingly. "Let's go back first. According to my divination, this person will set foot on the central continent in the future. Perhaps we will meet this person in the central continent. At that time, it's still not too late to settle the score with him," Yin Tianwei said indifferently. "Since the Sacred Lady has said so, let's put this matter aside first. Isn't the Sacred Lady's purpose of entering the Netherworld corpse ground this time is to find 3 dead people at the earthly immortal realm? Now that we have the corpse of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, we have to find the other 2 as soon as possible." After He Lao spoke, everyone who was originally unwillingly gave up. He Lao was an earthly immortal and had a high prestige among everyone. Since he had spoken, everyone naturally had no objections. However, before leaving, the Sacred Lady looked back at the seal behind her. Her tightly closed eyelids twitched slightly, and she muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "What is the origin of that person? His past and future are completely unknown." Even the divination Saint Talisman refused to provide any information about this person. This is the first time I have encountered such a person. Half a month later, near the southern barbarians' Burning Sky City, Zhuowen followed the senses of the Azure Dragon Palace and found a miniature version of the Azure Dragon Palace hidden in a dense forest. Due to the matter of the Ice Fire family, the people of the Azure Dragon Palace could be said to be cautious. They did not dare to bring Ryuka to the table so quickly. After confirming his identity, Zhuowen entered the Azure Dragon Square. After Zhuowen entered, the higher-ups of Ryuka gathered one after another. They were all relieved that Zhuowen could return safely. There is no doubt that Zhuowen had become their spiritual pillar at this moment. If Zhuowen collapsed, they really did not know if Ryuka could hold on. After greeting the higher-ups of Ryuka, his parents, Lu Hantian, and a group of close friends, Zhuowen winked at Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. As a result, the 3 of them entered one of the pavilions. Feng Xiao asked with concern, "Zhuowen, what did you go out to do before?" "I wanted to bring Chan Shui with me. Moreover, the demon sealing green coffin is not sturdy and Chan Shui's soul is extremely weak, so it is very easy to be affected. So in order to prevent this from happening, I brought this thing over." After saying this, Zhuowen took out a large ice coffin from his spirit ring and placed it in front of him. The ice coffin was crystal clear, as if it was carved out of a giant block of ice. The cold air that escaped from the surface of the ice coffin caused Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao to involuntarily shiver. This cold air not only affected their bodies, it also affected the depths of their souls. In front of this cold air, it was as if their souls could freeze at any moment. Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian both took a few steps back and asked in shock, "Zhuowen, where did you get this ice coffin from? The cold air that escapes from the surface is truly terrifying." "I got it from a dangerous place." "That's right, Mother. Where is the demon-sealing green coffin now?" Zhuowen vaguely explained. It was not convenient for him to reveal too much about the matter of the Nether Corpse danger ground. Feng Xiao replied. Then with a flick of her finger, she took out the demon-sealing green coffin. Zhuowen gently opened the lid of the demon-sealing green coffin, then stared at the beautiful woman who was quietly sleeping in the coffin with a gentle gaze. Zhuowen slowly carried Mu Qinshui out and carefully placed her in the ice coffin. Finally, he closed the lid and placed the ice coffin in his spirit ring. After placing Mu Qinshui in the ice coffin, he could clearly feel that the speed at which Mu Qinshui's soul was collapsing had completely stopped. Without a doubt, This was definitely the work of the ice coffin. Whether it was the ice coffin or the mysterious crystallized soul, they were both of the cold attribute, which was absolutely beneficial to freezing Mu Qinshue's soul. After doing all this, Zhuowen turned to Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao and asked, "Father, Mother, have there been any other movements in the eastern lands recently?" Long Xiaotian shook his head and said, "We have contacted the other Ryuka disciples in the eastern lands, but there hasn't been any movements in the eastern lands. Even the dragon spirit realm and divine spirit realm that you asked us to investigate didn't seem to have made any movements. Could it be that the people of the ice and fire family have left the eastern lands and returned to the central lands?" Zhuowen frowned slightly. He didn't agree with this guess. He was very clear that the main purpose of the ice and fire family's young master's trip was the ice and fire sacred symbol. As long as the young master of the ice and fire family wasn't a fool, and then asked around in the eastern lands, it was very likely that he would suspect him. However, there was no movement in the eastern lands. This matter isn't urgent. Perhaps the ice and fire family is still in the eastern lands, but we don't know about it. Let's wait for a while and see. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. Zhuowen nodded in understanding and said, "Then let's wait and see. I just broke through and can consolidate my cultivation first." Over the next period of time, Zhuowen regained control of the Azure Dragon Hall. In order to make it easier for him to gather information in the eastern lands, Zhuowen moved the Azure Dragon Hall to the eastern lands. Of course, in order not to alert the enemy, Zhuowen was very careful and hid the Azure Dragon Hall at the bottom of the Bitter Sea. Occasionally, he would send some Ryuka cultivators in disguise to enter the 9th Netherworld realm to gather information. Chapter 1600. The first mountain Gajuan had stayed in the Azure Dragon Hall for 100 years. During this 100 years, other than staying in the 3rd layer, he would occasionally go to the 2nd layer to meet with his parents and friends. During this 100 years, Lu Hantian and Wu Dai became Dao companions, and Wu Dai became a demon saint. Zhuowen had also completely removed the master-servant relationship between them. Regarding Lu Hantian and Wu Dai, Zhuowen had always had a blissful attitude. Moreover, the two were a good match. After all, both husband and wife had reached the saint realm. The starting point of their children would also be extremely high. Of course, when he often looked at Lu Hantian and Wu Dai, Zhuowen couldn't help but think of Mu Qinshui. During this time, Lu Hantian and Wu Dai both planned to leave the Azure Dragon Hall and go to the Middle Earth, hoping to find their own opportunities there. Both of them had obtained the key to the 9 Nether Conference and could activate the 9 Nether Great Array to go to the Middle Earth. It was very difficult to become a saint, and it was even more difficult to break through after becoming a saint. Lu Hantian's cultivation had already reached the Glimpse Profound Saint realm, and Wu Dai was a small realm lower than Lu Hantian, reaching the Nirvana Profound Saint realm. However, during this period of time in the Azure Dragon Hall, although their cultivation had increased, they were still far from breaking through. Even Zhuowen, who had reached the shattering profound saint realm, and after 100 years of accumulation, the saint force in his body was much stronger than before, but he was still far from the peak of the shattering profound saint realm. He knew very well that if he wanted to rely on the accumulation of time to break through, it would take nearly 1,000 years for him to reach the peak of the shattering profound saint realm. As for advancing to the heaven saint realm, if he didn't have a specific opportunity, he would probably be stuck in this realm forever. On the path of the saint realm, in addition to talent, one had to spend time. If one didn't want to spend time, then one had to go out and search for opportunities. Without a specific opportunity, it would take a very, very long time to advance through cultivation. It could even take thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Ryuka relied on the Azure Dragon Hall to cultivate a large number of sage-to-be, but the number of sage-to-be was extremely small. Most of these sage-to-be were extremely talented and relied on the vast amount of time in the Azure Dragon Hall to cultivate and become sage-to-be. Moreover, Zhuowen could faintly feel that as the cultivation of the warrior became stronger, the effect of the flow of time contained in the three layers of heaven and earth became less and less obvious. Zhuowen knew that the time laws in the Azure Dragon Palace Hall were not without any restrictions. As your cultivation grew stronger and stronger, the effect of the flow of time on you would also become smaller and smaller. Zhuowen estimated that if his strength reached the immortal sage realm, the effect of the time law on him would be completely negated. After all, Taoist master Long, who created the Azure Dragon Hall, was an immortal sage powerhouse. Even if Taoist master Long reached the peak of the immortal sage realm, the time law he left in the Azure Dragon Hall was only a trace. A trace of the time law was indeed not very useful for immortal sage-level existences. Therefore, Zhuowen knew very well that it was almost impossible for Ryuka to cultivate a true top sage by relying on the time law of the Azure Dragon Hall. However, as time passed, Zhuowen was confident that the number of profound sages in Ryuka would continue to increase, and it would be very difficult for heaven sages to be born. As for immortal sages, it was almost impossible. Lu Hantian and Wu Dai were also aware of this, so they decided to leave the Azure Dragon Hall and go to the Central Continent to look for their own opportunities. After all, the Central Continent was a place full of mysteries. Heaven sages were not as rare as the four major domains, and there were even quite a few immortal sages. It was a paradise for powerhouses. Zhuowen did not stop Lu Hantian and Wu Dai's decision. He knew very well that everyone had their own opportunities. If they were restricted to one place, they would only delay themselves. Wu Dai and Lu Hantian were not the only ones who had obtained the key to the 9 Nether Great Array. Gatha and Long Tian had also obtained it. Zhuowen asked Gatha and Long Tian. Among them, Gatha did not plan to go to the Central Continent. She decided to return to her family with Canaan and guard the seal in the serene corpse extremis. As for Long Tian, he planned to follow Zhuowen. When Zhuowen went to the Central Continent, he would follow. Zhuowen was not in a hurry to leave the Azure Dragon Hall for the Central Continent. He planned to comprehend the laws of the third forbidden area of the 19th mountain before leaving. Zhuowen stayed in the Azure Dragon Hall for dozens of years, but the members of the Long family who were investigating outside never found any news about the Ice and Fire clan. It was as if the Ice and Fire clan had suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Zhuowen knew that the Ice-Fire family should have returned to the Central Continent. From the Baifeng's memories, most people in the Central Continent looked down on the 4 major domains. In their eyes, the 4 major domains were insignificant places. There were countless powerhouses in the Central Continent. Usually, cultivators from that place would not be willing to go to the 4 major domains. If it were not for the Ice-Fire sacred symbol, the young master of the Ice-Fire family would not have lowered himself to enter the 4 major domains. Since Zhuowen had escaped back then, and the 4 major domains were so vast, coupled with the fact that the young master of the Ice and Fire family was not familiar with the 4 major domains. Moreover, if Zhuowen wanted to hide, the young master of the Ice-Fire family would not be able to find him. Therefore, the young master of the Ice-Fire family gave up on searching for Zhuowen and returned to the Central Continent. However, Zhuowen knew that the young master of the Ice-Fire family had already suspected him. He would not let the matter rest. This time, he had to be fully prepared for his trip to the Central Continent. When he entered the Central Continent, he had to keep a low profile. Over the next few decades, Zhuowen painstakingly entered the 3rd forbidden area of the 19th mountain. The law of the 3rd forbidden area was the law of explosive steps. This law was a speed-type law. It was said that when one mastered this law, one step would be like an explosion. The speed of a cultivator who mastered this law would be so fast that one would be dazzled. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the law of explosive steps and the law of the void complemented each other. In other words, once the law of explosive steps and the law of the void were combined, he would be able to use explosive steps in the void tunnel. His speed would be much faster. Since the law of explosive steps and the law of the void were somewhat similar, Zhuowen did not spend much time to master the law of explosive steps. It only took him about 10 years. Moreover, the third forbidden area was a strange area where the gravity was 100 times higher than the outside world. In this area, Zhuowen's great success sacred body had been tempered. What surprised Zhuowen even more was that the third forbidden area also had golden thunder bamboo. Moreover, 2 golden thunder bamboo had appeared at once. In addition to the golden thunder bamboo he had obtained in the first forbidden area, Zhuowen had a total of 3 golden thunder bamboo. Moreover, the golden thunder bamboo produced golden lightning once every 100 years. This time, Zhuowen relied on the terrifying gravity and the golden lightning on the 3 golden thunder bamboo to temper his body to a new height. Boom! Zhuowen suddenly clenched his fist, and there was an endless crackling sound. Then he punched the air. The surrounding space was like layers of waves, and countless cracks appeared. An invisible circular wave of air spread out in all directions, with Zhuowen as the center. Under this mighty force, the entire 19th mountain trembled a few times. It was like a withered bamboo swaying in the wind. What a powerful physique! Just the strength of my physique alone is not inferior to a Sky Saint realm expert. If I add the power of the laws in my body, I can kill an ordinary Sky Saint realm expert. Zhuowen clenched his fist, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Although he had not cultivated the great success sacred body to the peak, it was 1 level higher than before. He had even climbed to another peak because of this. Moreover, I have mastered the 8th law, the law of explosive steps. My speed is much faster than before. Even a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert might be able to defeat me, but it won't be so easy for him to catch up with me. A smile appeared on Zhuowen's face as he took a step forward. Immediately, the space beneath his feet exploded and collapsed. Then, he shot out like a puff of smoke. His speed was extremely fast, just like a bolt of black lightning. Every step he took was able to explode with an ear-piercing sound. After mastering the law of explosive steps and improving his great success sacred body, Zhuowen was in a very good mood. After he walked out of the 19th mountain, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. It seems that you have comprehended the law of explosive steps of the third forbidden area. You comprehended it quite quickly this time. Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles. He suddenly took a step back and retreated hundreds of steps. He stared at the proud figure standing on the shore of the 19th mountain. During the process of walking out of the 19th mountain, he did not notice any trace of the person in front of him. It could be seen that this person was not simple. The first mountain god? The figure in front of him had long hair and a black robe. His face was faintly discernible under the cover of his long hair. It was impossible to see his true appearance. This person quietly leaned against the side of a huge rock on the shore. He did not look at Zhuowen. Instead, he looked to the side as if there was a beautiful scenery there that was worth watching. Zhuowen's gaze was somewhat vigilant. He did not know why the first mountain god had suddenly come to find him. You don't have to be so vigilant. If I wanted to kill you, you would have already become a corpse before you walked out of the 19th mountain. The first mountain god said indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He regained his calm and said, "Senior first mountain god, why are you looking for me? You are the first inheritor in 10,000 years to completely control the Blue Dragon Hall. Do I have to have something to do with you just to see you?" The first mountain god said unfathomably, "Completely control the Blue Dragon Hall?" Zhuowen laughed self-deprecatingly. If he truly had complete control of the Azure Dragon Palace, the 18 mountain gods of the third heaven and earth would all listen to his orders. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to control the third heaven and earth. Chapter 1601.to change form and spirit. The first mountain god naturally saw Zhuowen's self-deprecating expression, but he didn't mind. "I'm here to congratulate you for successfully comprehending the third forbidden area's law of explosive steps. Moreover, I can feel that apart from the first forbidden area's law of desolation, the second forbidden area's law of death, and the third forbidden area's law of explosive steps, there are 5 other laws in your body. In other words, you have comprehended 8 laws in total. Speaking up to here, the first mountain god's expression changed. A person comprehending 8 laws was shocking even to him. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't admit or deny it. Today, the first mountain god suddenly came to find him. This was strange in itself, so he didn't want to say anything unnecessary. You don't have to be so cautious. I said that I have no ill intentions towards you. You should have heard about me from 18th Elder. With my strength, you are like an ant in front of me. The first mountain god waved his sleeves. 2 rays of light shot out from his sleeves and landed in Zhuowen's palms. They were 2 simple tokens with the numbers 10 and 9 engraved on the surface of the tokens. This is... Holding the tokens, Zhuowen looked at the first mountain god with a puzzled expression. These 2 tokens are the tokens of the 9th mountain god and the 10th mountain god. With these tokens, you can summon the 9th and 10th mountain gods to fight for you. However, there is a limit. You can only use them 3 times. The first mountain god said. Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't expect the first mountain god to give him the tokens of the 9th and 10th mountain gods. This was out of his expectations. At the same time, it made him even more puzzled. Today, the first mountain god came to find him. There were too many suspicious points. He didn't believe that the first mountain god came to find him without a purpose. Why? Zhuowen asked indifferently. This is your reward for comprehending the law of explosive steps. Comprehending the law of forbidden area is very beneficial for both you and I. In the future, if you can comprehend the law of the 4th forbidden area, I will give you a higher ranked mountain god token. For someone like you who urgently needs strength, these tokens should be a timely rain. The first mountain god smiled. I need a specific reason. Otherwise, I won't accept these 2 tokens so easily, Zhuowen said calmly. The first mountain god was too mysterious, so mysterious that he couldn't see through him. He couldn't easily believe in such an existence. The first mountain god wasn't angry. He looked down and said, Do you know how the 3rd heaven and earth was formed? Or perhaps, in your opinion, the 3rd heaven and earth was created by Taoist Songlong, right? Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed as he replied. Could it be that there are other secrets? If the 3 heavens and earth were not created by Taoist Songlong, could it be that it was created by you? In the beginning, the 3rd heaven was indeed created by Taoist Songlong. However, when it was first created, it was not called the 3rd heaven. Instead, it was called the 2nd heaven. At the top of the 2nd heaven, there was a dark prison. The purpose of this prison was to imprison me. However, although I was once defeated by Taoist Songlong, he could only do so much. He didn't have the ability to kill me. Later, Taoist Songlong was seriously injured and disappeared in the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Only the Azure Dragon Hall was left in hibernation. Although I tried to escape the restrictions of the Azure Dragon Hall, Taoist Songlong had already left a backup plan. Even if he wasn't there, I was still trapped in the sword prison. After staying in the prison for so many years, it was natural for me to feel lonely. In order to get rid of the loneliness, I broke the barrier of the 2nd heaven and chose many creatures with poor aptitudes but strong wills. I also taught them the indestructible divine body of the myriad Tao. Thus, there was the upper realm. About entering the upper realm from the 2nd heaven, it was also from that time that the 2nd heaven began to spread. At this point, the first mountain god stopped and didn't say anything else. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. You were clearly able to freely enter and exit the Azure Dragon Hall without my control. What restrictions could the Azure Dragon Hall have on you? Zhuowen sneered. He didn't believe the first mountain god's words at all. The first mountain god glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and said, That's because you're too weak. You can't refine the 3rd heaven at all. If your strength was comparable to Taoist Songlong back then, you could forcefully refine it. Thus, I don't need your permission to enter and exit the Azure Dragon Hall freely. However, that's all. Even if I can enter and exit the 3rd heaven, I can't go more than 1,000 meters away from the Azure Dragon Hall. Otherwise, I'll trigger the restriction that Taoist Song Long placed on me. This is the backup plan that Taoist Song Long left for me. If it wasn't for this backup plan, a mere third heaven wouldn't be able to trap me. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't completely believe the first mountain god's words. He knew that there must be some truth and some lies in it. However, the first mountain god should have been a formidable opponent of Taoist Song Long back then. Otherwise, Taoist Song Long wouldn't have been unable to kill him and could only trap him in the Azure Dragon Hall. Does this have anything to do with the forbidden area of the 19th mountain? Zhuowen asked calmly. Haha, of course it has something to do with it. The 19th mountain is the core of the restriction that Taoist Song Long placed on me. To tell you the truth, if you comprehend all the laws of the 6 forbidden areas of the 19th mountain and combine them together, you'll obtain a key. This key is the key to breaking the restriction on me. I've sent many people into the forbidden areas in the past. However, most of them died in the first forbidden area. Only a few managed to enter the second forbidden area. As for the third forbidden area, you're the first in history. Speaking of this, the first mountain god's eyes burned with passion. He looked at Zhuowen and continued, I see hope in you. That's why I've come to you. What good will it do for me if I help you escape? Zhuowen sneered. The first mountain god remained calm and said, Don't be in a hurry to reject my offer. My offer is a win-win situation. It's beneficial to both of us. The laws of the Forbidden Zone and the things inside will be of great benefit to you. Moreover, after I escape, the remaining 17 mountain gods will all be under your command. They will listen to your orders, and you will be able to easily refine the third world. Isn't this the best of both worlds? I know you're a smart man. Also, you don't have to think about controlling me. Even Taoist Song Long couldn't do it, let alone you. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Without a doubt, the first mountain god's offer was indeed tempting to Zhuowen. Just as the first mountain god had said, with the first mountain god's unfathomable strength, it was indeed difficult for him to control him. After all, even Taoist Song Long couldn't subdue the first mountain god. However, he always felt that the first mountain god was a little strange. It was his intuition. If you think I'm not reliable, I can swear on my life that as long as you cooperate with me and help me escape, I won't attack you. Furthermore, I'll do my best to help you during this period. This is already the biggest concession I can make, the first mountain god said sincerely. Zhuowen fell silent. The first mountain god didn't rush him. He leaned against the cliff and silently waited for Zhuowen's reply. After about an hour, Zhuowen took a deep breath and said, If what you said is correct, I can cooperate with you. Of course, if one of us goes against the original intention of cooperation, we'll both die. Let's make a contract. It'll be safer that way. As he spoke, Zhuowen bit his thumb and quickly drew a blood-red pattern in the air. The first mountain god smiled faintly. With a light stroke of his finger, he imprinted his blood essence into the blood-red pattern. The blood-red pattern split into two and flew to their chests. If one looked closely, they both had the same blood-red pattern on their chests. Now you know my sincerity, right? The first mountain god smiled and extended his hand. I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation from now on. Zhuowen also extended his hand and shook the first mountain god's hand with an expressionless face. In order to celebrate our cooperation, I'll give you another gift. The first mountain god waved his sleeve, and a jade slip fell into Zhuowen's palm. I see that you've cultivated both your physique and Dantian Saint energy. Although your talent and luck are not bad, cultivating both at the same time will only delay your cultivation. In this jade slip, there's a secret skill called shape-shifting technique. When cultivating this technique, you can split yourself into two. One of them will cultivate your physique, while the other will cultivate your Dantian and Sea of Consciousness. Both of them will not affect each other, but they can be combined together, the first mountain god said faintly. Zhuowen was stunned. He placed the jade slip between his eyebrows. About half an hour later, his eyes were filled with surprise. He carefully read through the secret technique called body shifting technique, and his heart was filled with astonishment. Shape-shifting technique could be considered as an external incarnation skill. However, it was very different from an ordinary external incarnation skill. A warrior who cultivated such a mystic technique could split the different cultivation energies in the warrior's body. For example, Zhuan cultivated both the physical body and the law of saint power. However, if he cultivated this mystic technique, he could split into two clones based on this characteristic of his. One of the clones would focus on his physique, while the other would focus on the law of saint energy. Moreover, the cultivation of the two clones would not affect each other. When the two clones were combined, there would be no sense of disharmony. The combination of the two clones would be like his own body. Just as the first mountain god said, Zhuan cultivated both his physique and the law of saint energy. However, he only had one body. To cultivate both, he had to stagger the time. This would undoubtedly delay Zhuan's time and cultivation progress. However, the shape-shifting technique easily solved this problem for Zhuan. After cultivating this secret skill, Zhuan could divide himself into two clones and cultivate at the same time. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.